Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Ohio versus Bionca Ellis. We are into day 4. However, if you've been with us for the last couple of days, you know that the court feed is very disjointed. So we are going to watch some of day 3, full testimony, and then we're going to get into some day 4, whatever testimony is available for us to watch. And it seems like what's going to happen with this trial is what the judge has ordered. There's no live streaming while the court is in session for the day. So what happens is after they end for the day, that's when videos become available. So let me just check on my audio. So what's going to happen is later tonight, videos will be released. So tomorrow we'll be able to watch those full videos. So what we will be able to watch today is three full testimonies from yesterday. And then Aaron put together some testimony that we did not see from previous days. So we're going to show that. And then we're going to get to what was shown today as best as we can. So there's going to be, if you're watching this like down the road, it is a disjointed trial, but at least we're cobbling together as best as we can the testimony from what's provided to us. So with that being said, let's get into it and let's just do it.
Why don't you just state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Margaret Wood. It's Margotwood.
Very good. Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Mrs. Wood.
Good morning.
Mrs. Wood, are you married?
Yes.
And what is your husband's name?
Jared Wood.
And, ma'am, do you have children?
I do.
Can you tell me their names and their ages?
My oldest is John. He's 11. My son Julian, he would have been 4. And my daughter Amelia, who's 1.5 years.
Okay. And, ma'am, when was Julian's birthday?
October 29th, 2020.
And his initials would be JW?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, ma'am, are you employed outside the home?
I am not.
Okay. Were you ever employed outside the home?
No.
All right. And suffice it to say that on June 3rd of 2024, had you just had Amelia?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that your mom lives with you?
She does.
All right. And what's her name?
Nazra Hernandez.
And so did you decide to go shopping that day?
I did.
All right. So what kind of shopping were you going to do?
We were going to buy food for dinner that day.
All right. And so what did you decide to do?
When we went to the store?
Yes. Who decided who was going to the store?
So we were all going to go to the store. My mom, my daughter, Julian, and myself.
Okay.
But my daughter fell asleep. And my mom said, let's not wake her. So it ended up just being Julian and I going.
All right. And so what store did
Giant Eagle.
Sorry. That's all right. And where is Giant Eagle located?
It's in North Olmsted, Ohio.
All right. In Cuyahoga County?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
All right. And is that Giant Eagle known to a lot of folks in North Olmsted as being the water tower Giant Eagle?
It is.
Okay. All right. So if you could be so kind to tell us, how did you get there?
I drove.
Okay. What kind of car do you have, ma'am?
We have a Kia Carnival. It's a silver minivan.
All right. And so who then actually went to Giant Eagle that day?
Myself and Julian.
All right. So you drove to this Giant Eagle, Watertown, and tell me what you did when you went to the grocery store.
So we got there, we parked, I put him in the cart, and usually around that time they have flower baskets outside. So he helped me pick out some flower baskets, and we went inside, bought some candies and things, and we did groceries, and then we went to the self-checkout.
All right. And was Julian in the little seat area?
Yes, he remained seated in the car seat area, or not the buggy area, the seat. Yes.
The grocery cart?
Yes.
Okay. And did you put or bring with you some type of blanket in the car seat in the cart, so he could sit on it?
No.
Okay. So you said you indicated you did a self-checkout?
I did.
All right. Did you have any issues with that?
I did.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you call for some assistance?
I did.
All right. And so did folks help you with that?
She did. She came over. I ended up having to use a card instead of the bill because she said the bill reader sometimes messes up.
All right. So you had to use a credit card instead of cash?
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Those machines are very sensitive.
Correct.
So you packed up your own groceries,
Yes.
put them in a cart,
Yes.
and did you walk out of the store
I did.
pushing your cart?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when you were in the store, Mrs. Wood, did you notice anything strange?
No.
Did you notice anybody accost you or say anything to you or acknowledge you? Anything of that sort?
No.
So you continued to push your cart out of the store.
Yes.
And before you left the store, Mrs. Wood, did you notice anyone by you? Did you see anybody? Did anybody talk to you?
No.
Did you see other patrons in the store walk by you?
I did.
Did anybody stick out to you?
No.
When you were leaving, did someone say, "Hey, Margot," or acknowledge you, or had seen you? Anything like that?
No.
All right. So you were minding your own business, going to your car.
Yes.
All right. So tell us, walk me through that. So you went down the aisle that your car was parked?
I did.
Okay. And if you could be so kind, were you parked face forward with your car, or had you backed into the spot?
Face forward.
Okay. And so at any time before you got to your car, did you notice anything?
No. No.
All right. So once you got to your car, what's the first thing you did?
Sorry.
Let's take your time.
I went to open my trunk.
Okay.
And then I turned to my right. And I saw her coming towards us.
When you say her, who we've come to know that is?
Bionca Ellis.
We're going to stipulate, Mr. Mack, that Mr. Very
And
good.
she's in this courtroom here today, is she not?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the stipulation, counsel. Go ahead, Mrs. Wood.
So I saw her coming, walking towards us, and I noticed she had a knife in her hand. And I said, "Oh no, Julian." So I had the car. I stood in front of the end of the cart, and I was trying to push him back. He was still sitting in the cart, and she stabbed the back of the trunk of a car, and I got scared. But when I was pushing the car back, it fell over. And then she came at me. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
She came at me.
Mrs. Wood. Just breathe.
Okay.
Some water there for you, too.
But I moved. And she stabbed him in the side of his face. And then she stabbed me.
Take a minute and then ask a question. Some Kleenex to the left of you if you need a minute. Take a sip of water, and then I'll have her ask you another question. It's open. Ms. Faraglia?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Wood, when she stabbed you, what did you do or what did you say?
Didn't say anything. I was just, I couldn't believe this was happening. It was so fast. I was just trying to, so she wouldn't hurt it.
And what happened next?
And then she stood up and stabbed him in the back. And he was crying. He was crying.
After she stabbed him in the back, what did she do next?
She just walked away. Like nothing. She just walked away.
And, ma'am, what did you do?
I went to go grab him out of the cart. Because he was on his side, and I went to go, and I held him. And I just felt blood on my hands. And I said, "Julian," "Julian, are you okay?" And then blood came out the side of his mouth.
Take a minute. I'm going to have the prosecutor ask you another question. Go ahead, take a minute. Why don't you sip some water again? Take your time. Need some more Kleenex? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Wood, once you were experiencing this with Julian, were you calling for help?
Yes.
And were you in fact screaming for help?
Yes.
Did folks start to come around you?
They did.
And did there come a point in time that somebody came by and took Julian and tried to help Julian?
Yes.
Did she indicate at the time she was a nurse?
She did.
Okay. And Did other folks come and surround you and try to help you as well?
Yes.
And ma'am, where were you stabbed?
On the top of my right shoulder.
All right. And did you have to seek medical care?
I did.
Were you taken to the hospital as well?
I was in a separate ambulance.
All right. So once the defendant walked away, did you see her again?
No.
And so did there come a point in time that the ambulance came and took Julian away?
Yes.
And were you able to contact your husband to come to the scene?
I did.
All right. And did he come?
He did.
And did both you and Julian end up at the hospital?
Yes.
In separate rooms?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time that you were then notified of his death?
Yes. Yes. The doctor.
That's okay. You've answered the question.
Okay.
Were the police all already present at the hospital with you?
Yes.
There were police officers that were on scene, right?
Correct.
And then there were police officers that traveled with you and Julian to the hospital.
Yes.
And in fact, one of the officers stayed with you and your husband.
Yes.
And during that time, did you or were you able to provide them a statement of what had happened to you and Julian?
I did.
Okay. Did you yourself write it out, ma'am?
No.
Did you give the officer permission to write it out?
I did.
Mrs. Wood, while you were at the hospital, did they provide you medical care?
Yes.
And did you have to have any stitches or anything with regards to your injury?
I received 4 stitches.
And that was on your shoulder?
Yes.
All right. And the hospital that you went to was St. John's?
Yes.
Okay. Part of University Heights University Hospitals.
Yes.
Your Honor, Exhibit 64, 65, and 66.
Thank you.
Mrs. Wood, I'm going to hand you what's been marked States Exhibit 64, 65, and 66. Can you just look at those for a minute?
Have you had a chance to see all 3?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you. Your question?
And starting with States Exhibit 64, who is the person in that photograph?
Myself.
Okay. And what is that photograph showing us in States Exhibit 64?
My stab wound.
Okay. States Exhibit 65.
5.
Is that you?
Yes.
And what is that photograph showing us?
My stab wound.
All right. In States Exhibit 66. Is that you?
Yes.
All right. Again, what is it showing us?
My stab wound.
All right. Were those taken by North Olmsted Police Department?
Yes.
All right. right? And that is a picture of you that fairly and accurately represents the injury that you sustained on June 3rd, 2024.
Yes.
And that caused you to get 4 stitches.
Yes.
All right. Handing you is the marked State Exhibit 150. And you just, they're not together.
Okay.
Just, does that have your name?
It does.
All right. And if you flip the page, does it provide your, I believe your social security number and all the demographics of who the medical records belong to?
Yes.
And therefore your treatment on June 3rd of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And you are the patient that those records reflect?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Wood, with regards to your injury, do you have a scar as a result of that stab wound?
Yes.
Mrs. Wood, did you know Bionca Ellis before June 3rd of 2024?
No.
Had you ever seen her before?
No.
Had you had any communications with her?
No.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination? No question. All right, thank you. All right, Margaret, 2 steps down.
Thank you.
If you want to take the water, you can.
All right, so that was Mom. That was Margot Wood retelling what happened to her that day. So very, very emotional, very, very sad. I know some of you are thinking maybe it's not necessary. Some of you are thinking that it is necessary. I think the only thing I can add to that is, first of all, Margot was incredibly strong to be able to get up there and retell this nightmare. And then also, she, meaning, well, both sides, actually all sides, knew that she was going to testify. So the state, obviously, the state walks through questions with her, right? You just don't get on the stand and it's free form. You have questions, you know what questions are going to be asked of you. You generally, you know what you're going to say. So all that being said, it's still incredibly emotional because you can prepare for this all you want, but once you're in front of everybody, it's just a completely different ballgame. But I guess just take heart in the fact that Mrs. Wood, she knew she was going to get on the stand. She was prepared for it, but again, you can never prepare. You can never prepare enough for something like this. Just hats off to her and her courage. So I take strength in that, and I hope that you guys do as well. So let's move on. Let's move on to more testimony that we did not see. We saw, again, we saw yesterday, we saw part of her testimony. They didn't show us all of her testimony, so we're going back and showing testimony that we were able, that is in its entirety. So next up is, let's see here. We're going to pull. Okay, next up is, we saw this guy. This is the arresting officer. So that was Mrs. Wood. Now we're going to hear from the arresting officer, Nick Gorbuja. I'm not sure how he pronounces his name, but we only saw partial testimony of him yesterday too. So we're going to hear the rest of his testimony. And
it says,
sorry for that click. I know that's annoying. All right, so what are you guys seeing? Mel saying, bless you, Margot. Oh, here, let me pull this out. Nomad, thank you for your words. Sure. Elizabeth, I would definitely want to testify against the person. All right, let's, gotta be careful with using certain words, you guys. I know you want to, but just YouTube gets after us. So just be aware. Just be aware of that. Jersey Tomato, very difficult for me to take all of Mrs. Wood's recollection, so emotional, deep, and intense. Anja, did she stab Julian first and then Margot? Well, let's see. She saw Bionca coming towards her. She said, oh no, Julian. She stood in front of the cart and tried to push him back. Bionca stabbed the back of a trunk of a car. The cart fell over. She came at her. So she moved and she stabbed. Yeah, it seems like she stabbed Julian in the side of the face. And then she got stabbed. And then she stood up and stabbed Julian again. So she got Julian first. Then she stabbed Margot, and then she stabbed Julian again. So, Virtuous, speaking for myself, I couldn't do it this soon. Yeah. No, I mean, and that was a question. Of course, the state said, hey, do you want to testify? I'm sure they had to ask her. Of course they asked her, so she could have said no. She could have said like, no, it's just too much for me, but she she found the strength to testify. Play on crime. I'm guessing mom got hurt in the frenzy. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was from the first. Yep, well, that's the first court appearance. That was her first court appearance where she obviously turns to the camera. That's when she was whispering. So the judge is asking her, "Did you read your charging document?" No. Are you sure you didn't? You didn't read your charging document? No. She was whispering. It was interesting. Interesting. Princess Mish, yeah, she is a strong woman for sure. 100% agree. All right, next up is going to be Sergeant Nick. I can't wait to hear how he pronounces his name. So I'm not going to pronounce his name. I just want to hear how he pronounces his name.
Morning, Sergeant. I'll have you just come to the side of the witness chair. Do you have a cell phone, sir? Is it off? Very good. Just to the side. Have you raised your right hand? Sir, do you solemnly swear you're going to testify the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now before this jury, as you would affirm or answer unto God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. Did you testify before, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask you, the court reporter is going to take your responses, so make sure they're all verbal. Wait till a question is asked in full before you answer. And if you hear the word objection from anybody, just stop what you're saying, and then I'll instruct you on how to proceed. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I control the volume a little bit, but I like you to get comfortable. Move the microphone close to you. The whole thing moves, like pulls forward. And why don't you state and spell your name?
I'm Sergeant Nick Gorbulja, N-I-C-K, last name Gorbulja.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Sergeant, where are you employed?
I'm employed with the City of North Olmsted Police Department.
How long have you been employed there?
About 7.5 years.
Prior to that, did you work anywhere else as a law enforcement officer?
No.
Right. So all 7 years with North Olmsted Police?
Correct.
And could you briefly describe for the jury your basic training and education you needed to undergo in order to become a law officer?
I completed the OPADA certification to become a peace officer in the state of Ohio. Prior to that, I was also in college as well. Got my bachelor degree from Cleveland State University.
And what was your degree in?
Public safety management with a minor in criminal justice.
And when you went to North Olmsted and you were first employed there, what title did you hold?
Patrolman.
Okay. And for how many years did you hold that title?
About 5 years.
And after that 5 years, were you then promoted?
In 2023, in August of 2023, I was promoted to sergeant.
Okay. And in your capacity as a sergeant with North Olmsted, can you describe for us your basic duties and responsibilities?
I was assigned to the patrol division. Each platoon will have a lieutenant and sergeant. So I was assigned to the D platoon, where I oversaw my patrolman on my shift, along with overseeing the jail, dispatch, and I was responsible for all of that.
About how many people then are you responsible for?
On my shift alone, about 7, plus I have a lieutenant with me, and then we have corrections officers, and then dispatchers as well.
What hours do you keep? What are your shifts?
We work 12-hour shifts, so 7A to 7P, and 7P to obviously 7A.
Okay. And do you still work that schedule as you sit here today?
Yes.
Did you work last night?
I did not.
Okay. Sergeant, were you employed as a sergeant with North Olmsted Police Department on June 3rd, 2024?
Yes.
And if you recall that day, were you working on that particular day?
I was.
And if you recall, what shift were you working on that day?
I was assigned to D platoon from 7A to 7P on June 3rd.
Okay, so you are not on the road during that shift. You are at the station overseeing all those individuals we just talked about?
I am on the road, on station. Just depends on the given day.
Okay. And are you the one that's kind of giving an assignment or figuring out what people should be doing during their shift?
If my lieutenant is not working, then yes.
So can you recall how that day started for you?
Just like any other day, we went through roll call, everything else, answering our calls, any kind of details until this call came out.
Okay. And can you tell us what was the nature of the call that you received on June 3rd, 2024 that you just referenced?
On June 3rd, I was on station when this call came out. We got a call of someone stabbing people in the Giant Eagle parking lot.
All right. And you were at the station when you received this call?
Correct.
And when you heard it was the Giant Eagle, did you learn which Giant Eagle location?
The police station is actually directly across the street from the Giant Eagle. It is our only Giant Eagle in the city of North Olmsted.
Okay. So you were the sergeant in charge during this shift. Is that accurate?
I was the sergeant assigned to shift. There was a lieutenant also working that day.
All right. And when you received that call, was there a directive associated with the radio broadcast that you received?
At that point in time, for a call that came out like that, it was an all hands on deck kind of call where everyone responded, including mutual aid from other cities.
Okay. And do you recall about what time of day that call came through?
Midday sometime.
All right. So as a sergeant then, what is your first move once you receive that call and that information?
Immediately respond to the threat.
So you get in your cruiser?
Correct.
Are you alone when you respond to the scene?
Correct. Respond, get into my cruiser, respond.
By yourself?
Correct.
Okay. And do you have any other information when you respond to this parking lot besides what you just described for us?
I believe prior to my arrival, we got information that the subject at that time, what she was wearing and what direction she was heading.
Okay, so based on learning that new information, where is your focus when you respond to this scene?
We received information that she was heading towards the direction of Dover Center. So at that point in time, I went directly from station to Dover Center to the driveway across the street from Geppetto's. At that point in time, I was met with other officers on scene.
So
Okay.
finish your thought.
to take the subject into custody.
All right, so your focus then, fair to say, is on locating and detaining the suspect versus going to the scene and looking for victims or other potential victims?
Correct.
Okay. And explain to us, what do you see, what do you encounter when you respond to the scene where those other officers were?
At this point in time, like I said, I responded with multiple officers already there, giving her verbal commands, with the knife being present, with what appeared to be blood on that knife.
All right, let me stop you there. Where did you see a knife?
At that point in time, the officer was giving her verbal commands. I believe she dropped the knife at that point in time.
All right, so you were on scene when the defendant dropped the knife?
Correct.
Did you see her with your own two eyes drop the knife?
I believe I was pulling up when she dropped it.
You believe what?
She dropped it when I was like pulling up into the driveway.
All right. And when you're talking about this female, does this female in fact match the description that was given over the radio broadcast?
That is correct.
Okay. And how long after observing the defendant drop the knife did you observe her on the ground?
Shortly after she dropped the knife, she obeyed verbal commands from the officers. At that point in time, she listened to put her hands behind her back. I was one of the officers that helped assist with handcuffing her with her hands behind her back.
Okay, let me stop you there. I do want to walk through that. So you were present to hear other officers give commands to the defendant?
Correct.
All right. And based on hearing those commands, what was your observation of the defendant after those commands were given?
She obeyed the commands, which means she was listening to what we said and complied.
At any point, did the defendant speak to anybody on scene while you were there?
Not while I was there.
Did you see her mouthing any words?
I did not see that.
Okay. Talk to us about the handcuffing. How did that piece of the process go?
With the knife that was dropped still within close proximity, he had her prone out, so laying on her stomach, gave verbal commands to put her hands behind her back. Once we had enough officers to do so, we moved in to effect the arrest.
Now, you at this point are a law enforcement officer for 6 years, right? It would have been last June, thereabouts. And in your career, have you encountered individuals who were alleged to have committed a crime with a weapon?
Yes.
Okay? And when you come upon an individual that may be armed or had a weapon, is it protocol for you to have that individual lay on the ground?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that?
Officer safety being the number one reason. We are unsure what they may or may not have on their person. In order to effect arrest safely for the officers responding, we've given verbal commands to lay down, prone out, so we can safely effect that arrest.
Okay. And was that protocol followed in this instance?
Yes.
Okay. Once the defendant is detained and arrested, handcuffed on the ground as you described, what is the next step?
At that point in time when she was handcuffed, Detective Butcher and I put her into the immediate recovery position, had her set up, and we escorted her to my cruiser at that point in time, which would be 5228.
All right, and how do you determine which officer is going to convey the suspect to the station?
Given the circumstances that day, I took the defendant and put her into my vehicle so the other officers can respond to victims in the given area.
Very good. And when you are at the scene and dealing with the defendant, are you wearing a wearable camera system on your person?
I am.
Okay. And if I were to show you footage from that wearable camera system today in court, can we talk about it together?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'm showing this witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 207.
Thank you.
And Sergeant, I believe the first 30 seconds of the video, there will be no audio. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I've just played 6 seconds of this video so far. Is there any identifiable marker in this small clip?
I'm going to pause for a moment. Is the camera in your way? Yeah. Just slide back. Is that better? All right, back on the record. Your question again?
Sergeant, can you identify your cruiser and what's depicted on the screen right now?
That's a standard North Olmsted police cruiser that we use in day-to-day operations. And you can see the north in that given frozen image on the car door there.
Is this the car that you drove on June 3rd, 2024?
That is correct.
Okay. Resuming play at 6 seconds. Now, you are wearing this wearable camera system, correct?
Correct, yep.
So we're not going to see you on this video, right? What's happening here at the 29-second mark?
At this point in time, after the defendant was taken into custody, I transported her back to North Olmsted Police Department to...
Sorry. Go
2
ahead.
p.m., sorry.
You conveyed her back to North Olmsted Police Department and I cut you off?
That's correct. At that point in time, had her exit this vehicle, is what you're going to see right now, and I walked her into the side door into the secure facility.
Now, how long was that drive from Giant Eagle to North Olmsted, please?
Approximately 30 to 60 seconds.
Short drive.
Correct.
Although during that drive, was any conversation had between you and this defendant?
Not that I recall, no.
Any notable behaviors that you remember on behalf of the defendant during that short drive?
No.
And how is she secured in the back of your cruiser?
So she's currently handcuffed with her hands behind her back, and she was placed in that cruiser for that short distance to the North Olmsted Police Department.
Does she have a seatbelt on?
Not at this time, no.
Resuming play at 30 seconds. This is where the audio picks up. Okay. You turn the volume up a touch. Were you able to hear yourself? Your voice?
Yes.
So, Sergeant, this in fact is your body cam from June 3rd, 2024.
Yes.
You press play at 35 seconds.
Hold on a second.
Hey, I need you to stay. Can you stay for an hour?
Who are you talking to, Sergeant, when you say?
At that point in time, I believe from that image would be our corrections officer. He was scheduled to be off at that given time. I requested him to stay due to the circumstance.
Resuming play at 45 seconds.
I'm going to head over to the video.
Please the ball, please.
Pausing at 1 minute, 20 seconds. Sergeant, this gentleman on the screen here, who is that person?
That would be our correction officer, Kevin Curtis.
And that's the person you talked to in the parking lot?
Correct.
Okay. Resuming play at 120.
Okay, back out there just so it's in.
Susie, get somebody over because I gotta be home and kick the basketball.
Okay. Daniel can observe.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just put her in here real quick. So, we're gonna go this way, okay?
Now, Sergeant, what is this room that we're seeing on the screen at 146?
This is what we call like our booking. We call a booking cage processing room, where we typically bring people into the garage door, and they would be coming through this secured facility. At this point in time, she came into this side door given the circumstances. We were trying to get her in quickly.
Okay. And is this where paperwork might be filled out that corresponds with the inmate?
Yes.
Okay. And are you part of that process?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remain then while the defendant is remains in this particular room?
So this room is on camera as well. so we have video of this room to see. At this given time, I believe she's placed into the booking cage. At that point in time, I speak to the other officers and correctional officer at this time.
All right. Resuming play at 1:46.
Hey, I need you a favor from you. First is that I was at can you just come down here and observe? That's all I needed to do.
Sergeant, who are you talking to on the radio there or on the phone?
I believe that would be Officer Shook,
Okay. Is that officer male or female?
female.
Okay. Was there a reason that you wanted, or did you want specifically a female officer to become involved at any point?
When practical, the female, I would like to have a female and female, yes.
Resuming at 2:10.
Yeah, someone actually felt him come pat her down on the issue burger. We pat her down once already, but with the female officer do her in depth and have her come down. And if you could just sit here and observe, that would be wonderful until I get people cleared up. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So, Sergeant, we watched that clip of your body cam. Obviously, we can all see the defendant depicted on the screen, right?
Correct.
But you were there in person. Did you have the occasion to observe Bionca Ellis during this time frame that we've just discussed?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her behavior?
Prior to entering the jail facility, again, she was given commands to turn and face the wall so I could secure my weapon, which she did. She was placed into the booking cage without incident. At that point in time, I walk out of the jail from here to speak to, I believe, the corrections officer, Officer Shook, and Officer Felton to get a game plan as how we were going to collect further evidence and change her out.
Okay. So for that part of the process, for a female defendant, you want to have a female officer help you?
Yeah, when practical, absolutely.
All right. And Officer Felton, is that a female officer?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ask her then to help you with the next step of the process?
I did.
All right. And I want to get back to the booking sheet, the booking process. Okay. Are you familiar with the protocol and process that North Olmsted Police Department utilizes to keep records of inmates?
I am.
Okay. And what type of information is typically on booking sheets at North Olmsted Police?
From their general information, including their name, date of birth, social security, last known address, at times emergency contacts if they provide one, medical, property that they may or may not come in with.
Okay. And had you personally, prior to June 3rd, dealt with or encountered this defendant?
No.
Okay. But as a custodian and member of the law enforcement agency of North Olmsted, you would have access to all booking information for any inmate that comes through the doors. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. So what I'd like to do now is talk about State's Exhibit 226. Sergeant, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, I'm going to place before you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 226 and 227. I want to ask you just to take a quick look at those. Let me know if you recognize what I placed before you.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. For the record, what's 226 for me that you recognize?
226 would be Bionca Ellis's arrest on, looks like 6/3/2024, the day of the incident.
And then on 227?
Would also be an arrest for Bionca Ellis on 5/29/2024.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you. So, Sergeant, we're actually going to start talking about 227 briefly. Put up on the screen too, for you to see. Is there a booking number associated with this document?
There is.
Okay, and where is that located?
Towards the upper right corner, a little bit lower, not the incident number.
And what is that number associated with this document?
The incident number would be typically the report number that is assigned.
Oh, you're talking about the incident number?
Correct.
Yeah, it sounded like you were asking him to define that, but you really wanted the booking number?
What is the main number that it identifies this document?
So the incident number would go with the report. The booking number keeps track of the arrest in our jail system.
All right. Well, for our purposes, let's talk about what is the incident number associated with State's Exhibit 227?
The incident number, based on what this arrest screen says, is probation violation, and then there looks like there is an additional charge for non-payment.
Okay. Upper right-hand corner incident number, what is that number?
That would be, like I said, the report number.
Okay, can you read the number for us?
24-22059.
All right. And is there a date anywhere on this document?
If you go to the front cover sheet that you're on, and you go all the way to the left,
Okay.
you can scroll over to the left, it will say date and time.
All right. And is that date and time reflective of when the inmate or defendant is encountered or when they're brought to the station?
I believe it should be when they are brought into the North Olmsted Police Department jail.
Okay. What is the date then on this document?
That would be 5/29/2024.
All right. And you personally were not involved with dealing with the defendant on that particular day?
That is correct.
All right. What other types of information is included in the booking sheets at North Olmsted?
On the front cover is general information where she was arrested, where the incident occurred. That 24801 Brook Park Road is where the incident occurred, which in the city of North Olmsted, that would be Walmart. And then the charges that she's being charged with in our facility.
How about on page 2 of that document? What is important there?
Page 2 is the property sheet, what she comes into the NOP jail with. And then when they signed to leave, they signed for their property again, confirming that they received their property.
What can you tell from this document what property was brought in with Ms. Ellis on May 29th, 2024?
Yeah, so he doesn't have knowledge of it. He's just reading the document. He doesn't have firsthand of it. So I'm going to sustain, and I'll let you ask another question.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
All right, Sergeant, I'm just going to move to the end of this document, the last 2 pages. Do you see at the top of the screen and at the document you have, is there a mental health assessment within this document?
This sheet does the medical questions, so it says mental and physical evaluation form.
Okay.
We would ask the subject who comes into our jail facility these questions.
All right. And why is that important for your agency to do that?
Because we are responsible for their well-being, any meds they may or may not need, if they're allergic to anything, if they have health insurance, for example, if they're under the influence, it could be a variety of reasons.
Okay. So do you does somebody in your agency ask these questions of each and every inmate that comes through the police station doors?
Correct.
All right. And can you see from this booking sheet whether that was done here on May 29th with Bionca Ellis?
Based on this booking sheet, it appears that she was asked questions because there are things that are filled in.
Okay. So let's move on to June 3rd, when you do encounter her personally, right?
Yes.
Putting up State's Exhibit 226. Can you look at that document with me?
Yes.
Okay. And on this document, is there an incident number associated with this document?
Yes.
Okay, what's that number?
It'd be 24-22854.
All right. And can you tell where this incident occurred?
It says 27264 Lorraine Road in the city of North Olmsted.
And is there a timestamp associated with that?
It says 6/3/2024 at 15:04.
All right. And are you personally involved with asking this particular defendant those mental and physical health questions that we just talked about?
At this time, no.
Okay. Do you know, are you responsible for documenting this particular set of papers that are corresponding with this defendant?
I see the parties at sideline. Thanks. Review of the document, I'm going to allow to continue while this witness may not have filled out the document. There are some procedures and policies at North Olmsted in order to fill it out. I'm going to let him speak to that. The defense stipulates to that procedure as well, so you can go right to the questions about it as opposed to the fact that I think the parties agree that they want to hear the process as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Sergeant, just a few more questions for you. I want to focus on this mental and physical evaluation form, part of the booking sheet.
Okay.
Okay? And in your training and experience in dealing with the way things that North Olmsted keeps their papers, right?
Correct.
When an inmate is asked these questions, they are self-reporting. Would you agree?
That is correct.
Okay, you're not consulting.
Again, the policy and procedure.
Okay.
That wasn't my base.
Oh,
Yes.
then I'll sustain, and you could rephrase the question or continue to ask about policy and procedure.
Okay. Is it the procedure that the inmate is the individual answering the questions depicted on this form?
That is correct.
Okay. And their answers to the questions given in this document?
That is correct.
Right. And can you tell from this document on June 3rd, are there various answers to the questions asked of Bionca Ellis?
Based on this document, there is what appears to be all no's as answers.
What about number one?
Besides number one, as far as is the inmate conscious, which at that point in time we would answer, not the defendant.
I see. And so would a series of no's be reflective of an inmate that is not speaking?
Objection.
Yeah, I'll sustain. So you don't answer that?
Okay, one moment.
Sure.
Sergeant, I appreciate you answering my questions this afternoon, or this morning. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. And then we'll have cross-examination of this witness.
Sergeant, it's fair to say you didn't complete either of these forms, correct?
On the incident number 24-22854.
How about, rather than that, give me 226 or 227?
The state's exhibit for 226, when I had Corrections Officer Kevin Curtis there still, either him or myself would at least have done the cover page, which shows that they're in our custody.
So when it got to the questionnaire part, were you present or did you ask any questions with respect to that section?
No.
So you have no idea if the questions were reception or an answer or what, correct?
I never answered these questions. I asked her these questions, I should say.
On either one, correct?
Correct.
And you've pulled up Exhibit 226 for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. I think they're labeled wrong.
And 227 is of the May date?
Double check. 227 is
That's the arrest date of May 29th.
6-3. So this is the document that you filled out, correct?
Which document is that?
That State's Exhibit 226, incident number ending in 854, date of incident is 6/3/2024.
The cover sheet, which would be the first page of this document, would have been filled out by me to show that Bionca Ellis was in our custody in our jail facility.
Moving on to the second page with a questionnaire. Is the inmate conscious? Who answered that question?
That is the third page. She was not asked these questions by me at this time.
Who was there? Do you know?
When she was brought into our custody, she was moved directly eventually to a cell. So she didn't get a chance to get these questions answered. The corrections officer, I would assume, would have asked these questions.
So when it comes to question number 3, who would have answered that question?
Whoever went through the medical questions with her.
Can you read that out, number 3?
It is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health status normal.
What was the answer to that?
It says no.
When you look at question number 9, read that one out.
Does the inmate appear to be under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
What was the answer?
No.
Can you go to question number 12?
Does the inmate's behavior suggest risk of assault to staff or other inmates?
What was the answer?
No.
Can you go to 17?
Have you recently been hospitalized or recently seen a medical doctor for any mental health condition or illness?
What was the answer to that one?
No.
Now I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 227. Those same questions were asked and answered, correct? During the booking process?
Would that be page 3 of 227 if you want to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. And your question of this witness?
If you go to question number 17, can you read that one out loud?
Question 17 is what you said.
Yes.
Have you recently been hospitalized or recently seen a medical or psychiatric doctor for any mental health condition or illness?
And what was the answer to that question?
Condition a couple days ago, swell feet. Yes.
Yes. Can you go back to number 3?
What would you like him to do with number 3?
Read number 3, please.
Is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health?
What was the answer?
No.
So, based on the nature of this like an observation as opposed to a question for an inmate. Is that fair to say?
No.
No?
Some, as far as like number 1, where it says, is the inmate conscious, I would fill that in.
So when you go up, when you look at number 3, is the inmate's conduct, appearance, or mental health status normal? Is that something you ask an inmate, or is that something you observe?
That is correct.
It's something you observe, correct?
Correct.
So that's something someone in your police department will know, correct?
Correct.
And when you go to State Exhibit number 226, number 3, same question was answered. That's an observation. Is that fair to say, Sergeant?
Yes.
Thank you. That's cool.
Any redirect of this witness on those questions? Sure.
Sergeant, fair to say that this evaluation form is part observation by the officers, part questions for the inmate to answer?
That is correct.
Okay. And you were asked about number 17 in Exhibit 227. Do you recall that?
Correct, yep.
In State's Exhibit
He has 227.
227, you were asked about question 17 on that document,
Yes.
and the answer was swollen or swelled feet.
That's
See
correct.
that noted there? Would that information have come from the inmate on that day?
Yes.
Okay. So that is a question, not an observation. Is that accurate, that item 17?
Correct.
Okay. And you talked about, you were asked about number 3 on State's Exhibit 227.
Yes.
Is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health status normal? No. Would that have, you were not associated with that arrest, correct?
That is correct.
And that is an entirely distinct day from June 3rd, correct? May 29th?
Could you repeat it again?
May
Sorry.
29th, the incident from May 29th associated with this document is a distinct day from June 3rd. Different day.
Yes.
And you were not involved with encountering Bionca Ellis on May 29th, right?
That's correct.
And on June 3rd, when the question asks, is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health status normal? The answer again is no. And that would have been an observation of her made by law enforcement at your station. Is that right? That's not a question that she would answer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then one final thing. The first question, is the inmate conscious? What does conscious mean to you as a law enforcement officer? What are you looking for when you're answering number 1?
Alert, speaking, breathing, along those lines.
They don't have to be doing all those things. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Could they be sleeping and be conscious for the purposes of this form? If they're breathing?
I think you'd be breathing while sleeping.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
All right, so now that was Sergeant Nick Gorbulja. Did I get that right? Gorbulja. So he was the arresting officer, or part of the crew that arrested Bionca, and so he got the call midday. He got info about Bionca. That she was heading over to Dover Center. He gave her commands, and she complied. She dropped the knife. She lay on her stomach, and then she was arrested. He puts her in his car. They showed body cam of that arrest. So he took her to North Olmsted Station, which is only it's like less than a minute. Remember, the two kind of are right next to each other. He said there was no conversation or notable behavior during that drive. He put her into the booking cage without incident. He had never dealt with Ellis before. Now, she was arrested at Walmart a couple days before, May 29th, and her charges were shoplifting. I didn't know that. I was trying to find out. So I was looking at that charging document, and it was shoplifting, or they noted that she had put some items in her, she was carrying some items and she was not going to pay for them. And then on this charging document, there was risk of mental health and risk of assault. And then let's see, cross came through. So mental health and conduct normal, no. Are you under the influence? No. Are you a risk to self or others? No. Have you seen a doctor for mental health? No. But then she said she did see a doctor or went to a hospital a couple of days ago for swollen feet. And then another question was is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health normal? No. So, all right. So let's head out. Let's get to some more testimony from, now this is testimony from yesterday, because the feed that we watch, it's court ordered that the judge says that you cannot, they're not allowed to stream live, and they have to wait until court is done, and then they upload videos or they show court. So what we're doing is we're watching full testimony. We saw some of this yesterday, but we're actually watching now full testimony. So for those that are asking, like, what's going on? Why are we doing this? We're actually watching just full testimony. Even though we saw some of it yesterday, we did see some of this. We saw some of his testimony. We saw some of Margot's testimony. We saw some of, this is Officer Joanne Felton. She's the one that came in to do the pat down. So this is as far as we got yesterday.
If there's an objection, just hold.
Sorry. This is as far as we got yesterday. And of course they cut it, it got cut off. Yeah, we only saw, oh no, actually, I'm sorry. We did see recross. We did see this. So we saw this yesterday. But this is without commercials and all that stuff. So here we go.
You have a cell phone on you?
No.
Very good. Why don't you come on up here and I'll swear you in. Just to the side of the witness chair, I'll have you raise your right hand. And you solemnly swear that you're going to testify the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before this jury, as you would affirm or answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated. Testified before?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you to pull the microphone back toward you. I can control some of that volume, but I want to make sure everybody can hear you. Wait till the question's asked in full before you answer. Make sure every answer is a verbal response for my court reporter. And try to be a pace of nice and slow when speaking.
Okay.
And then finally, if there's an objection, just hold your thoughts and comments, and I'll let you know how to proceed. Is that fair?
Yes.
Very good. Why don't you state your name and spell it for the record? I have some control of the volume too, so make yourself comfortable, and then we'll keep it at that pace.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Joanne Felton, Joann. Last name is Felton.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Officer Felton. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Before we get started, I want to ask what your background is in law enforcement. Can you talk to the jury about your experience?
For about 35 years. My career started in corrections as a corrections officer in North Railton Police Department. Worked there for 7.5 years and part-time at Parma as a corrections officer there. And then I went to Parma Heights as a police officer in 2001. I was there for approximately about eight months. And then I was offered a position at Solon Police Department as a police officer there, where I retired in 2022 for 22 years of service there altogether. And then I got hired in North Olmsted Police Department as a part-time SRO, a school resource officer, in 2022. I think it was maybe October of 22. So total years experience, about 35 years. And then my current employment is with the city of North Olmsted as a school resource officer.
All right. And so you have training and experience as a patrol officer.
Correct.
But you are not on the roads, you're not responding to calls.
Correct.
Okay. And what are your basic responsibilities and duties on a day-to-day basis?
As an SRO, I basically oversee five buildings with children in them. We do make sure that the buildings are obviously safe and make sure the well-being of the children are safe. Interaction with children there from ages from kindergarten all the way up to high school. And I also, during the course of my career, became a DARE instructor, and so I teach. That's probably what I do in the mornings. I usually teach classes from kindergarten all the way up to 12th grade. And that's what pretty much my daily activity is in the morning. In the afternoon, it's intervention. So I'm a part of a threat assessment team for the schools. So if there's a problem with a student or something that maybe they need a little extra care, so I come in and we kind of like have a conversation about what support that I or what other supports that I can bring into that situation.
All right. Well, talk to us a little bit more about that threat assessment team and tools you use to help those kids. What are you looking for when you're working with a child?
Looking at past history, my connections with them, how I've interacted with them, how they interact with their peers.
I'm going to jump up.
Sure.
It's just a little fast.
Oh, okay.
So if you could just slow down for the
Sure.
court reporter as well. So,
Sure.
and that's okay, but I just
Yeah,
want
no,
to make
it's
sure
fine.
we get a good pace.
Okay.
Okay, so you were talking, I interrupted, and I apologize. Why don't I go back to the prosecutor? Go ahead and ask your question.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Okay. So you're part of a threat assessment team.
Correct.
Is that right? And unfortunately, that's a reality of the world we're living in today, right?
Yes.
When you talk about threat assessments, what types of things are you talking about?
Looking at, psychological and emotional children that are maybe having some problems at home, also like threats of the safety of the building or the safety of the people in the building. So for the most part, there's a team of, I think there's on the team in one particular building about 12 people, and we interact with different students in different realms because of our profession. So we all come together and kind of look at like what do we see in our daily activity with that child. And that's pretty much what that team is. I've gone to training for it through the FBI Training Academy.
All right, so you're kind of dealing or working with kids that may have a behavioral issue, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes it's not, though.
Okay.
Sometimes it's just mainstream, situations that are happening. If somebody has a bad day or a situation that comes across,
Sure.
like anybody else.
And what ages of kids are you working with primarily?
Again, it goes from first grade, honestly, to about 12th.
Okay.
It's a variety.
So
It's a
there's
long
lot of
range.
dynamics.
Correct.
Kids. Fights, bullying, that sort of thing as well?
Yes.
Okay. And so what are important tools do you use when you're assessing behaviors of these kids?
Training that I've had and throughout my course of my career, and looking at, I've been in education with the police department in Solon since 2012. So I've never, I guess my daily day would be around kids. So I've seen, a lot of different types of behavior, different types of experiences that I've had with psychologists from the school and the counselors from the school, and plus the training kind of brought me into that circle with those kids.
And are you assigned to one specific school, or do you kind of float around?
No, I would say I'm a floater between all the schools that are in there. I don't stay in one particular building.
Do you choose where you go on a daily basis?
I kind of do. So in the morning, because of the way the school opens up, the middle school and the high school on their schedule they start like 7:15. So I kind of follow the schedule of what school opens first, and then kind of go from that school to the elementary schools and back to the middle school and high school, just because of course of how the day runs for them. So I'm there for opening when the buses come in and when the students come in, so they can see officer presence.
I'm going to stop for just a minute. Are we going to her testimony, or this ties into this?
This ties in.
Very good. Okay, go ahead.
All right, officer, although you are employed as a school resource officer, you are still employed by North Department. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And does there ever come a time where you are required to be a police officer in a different capacity than a school resource officer?
Yes.
And can you give us an example of a time where you had to shift to being a patrol officer again?
I would say not actually actively in patrol, but my job as a police officer never changes. My first and the most important is the safety and the care and life of people. in that community. So in any situation, whether it's a juvenile or an adult, if there's a criminal act that's happening or a situation where someone needs help, then I will intervene in that situation.
So let's go back to June 3rd, 2024.
Okay.
Right. Were you working that day?
Yes.
Where were you working?
I was working at the North Olmsted Middle School.
All right. And did there come a time on that particular day that you were directed to the police station?
At the end of the day, on that particular day, I left the middle school about 2:45, something around there, not exactly too sure what time, which is what I normally do. Went back to the police station, because I have a car that I take back to the police station, and at the end of my day, go home. I heard over the radio that there was a situation where there was a stabbing at Giant Eagle, and that the female was the suspect was in custody. I know that at that particular time that I was only female officer that was available. So knowing the circumstances of what was happening, and that they were bringing, because I heard over the radio that they were bringing her back into the jail, that they would definitely need my services there to do a pat-down search, because I'm a female officer, to make sure that I can take whatever actions I need that they needed help with.
Okay. So have you had to deal with and help pat down female inmates?
Not in North Olmsted, no.
Okay. But in your career, you have?
Correct. I was a corrections officer for 8.5 years.
Right. And so are there certain things that you are looking for specifically when you're patting down a female?
Yeah, like making sure that there's no weapons or guns, knives, making sure that whatever their clothing attire that they're wearing, that they can't harm themselves or harm other people. And that's basically.
Just slowing it down a little bit. Okay, so you're looking for weapons, right?
Correct.
Patting them down. All right, so you think you're going to go on along with your day, go home, but then this radio call comes in.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay, so you stay and wait for the defendant to arrive? Is that fair to say?
I would say yes. About the same time we came in.
Okay.
We're very close. So I was coming in, and she was actually coming into, they were bringing her into the booking area, I guess you could call it.
Okay. She comes in to be booked. What is your first observation?
My first observation with her was that she was very angry. She was kind of like pacing inside the cage area a little bit. It's not a very big area to begin with. She just seemed very angry.
All right, and when you're encountering an angry person like that, what types of things are you on the lookout for when you're going to go pat them down?
Well, initially is what restraints are available for that pat-down search. So I spoke to another officer there, a sergeant, and then there's a corrections officer there about what restraints are available there, because I didn't feel that it was going to be something that she would comply with once I gave her those instructions. So we had a conversation about what restraints were available, because this is my first experience in North Olmsted in this capacity. So I don't know I would say the normal or the procedures that they would normally do for that, but just that I was prepared just so that nobody would, including herself, would be hurt or injured.
And in your training as a threat, on the threat assessment team that you just talked to us about, did you use those tools that you use on that team when evaluating this defendant?
I would say, I guess so, to some degree. I've been in law enforcement for 35 years. So I look at the situation and the totality of it, basically dealing with people, for that long of time in that capacity. You get to learn body language, you get to learn, how they're going to be, if they're going to be compliant or not, if they ignore you. Just based on when she came in there, she was very angry, and she kind of turned around, and when I said something to her, as if kind of like putting her back to me to some
I'm going
degree.
to have you stop. You want to ask a question?
All right. Officer, let's go to the booking room at North Olmsted. If I put up on the screen a video from that area, would you be able to talk about it with us?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So this is marked as State's Exhibit 206. And I don't think there's any audio at all. Let's start at the very beginning. Officer, do you recognize what I put up on the screen?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
That would be like the booking area for the North Olmsted Police Department jail.
Okay. Pressing play. Stopping at 3 seconds. Who is on the screen?
That is looks like the defendant.
Just a couple things. What, exhibit 206?
Yes.
Very good. And how long is 206?
It is 19 minutes in total, Your Honor. I'm not playing more than a minute and a half.
Thanks so much. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, from this perspective, officer, who do you see on the screen?
Defendant and the corrections officer that was on duty that day.
And do you recognize the defendant in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay, I'll note the stipulation from Mr. Mack that Ms. Ellis will be recognized and identified by this witness. Thank you.
Continue to play 6 seconds. Now, officer, is this before or after you pat Ms. Ellis down?
This is before.
Okay. So you had not yet encountered her?
No.
Okay. And where do you pat down inmates at North Olmsted?
For myself, this is the first one I've done in this situation since I've been in North Olmsted. So I chose, once you get out of this room, there's a small, you can see on the camera, there's a small hallway there, and the cells are on your right.
Okay.
So we went into the cell area, and once we were in that area, that's when I did the pat-down search in there.
All right. I'm going to let that play while I just ask you a couple questions about that. When you bring the defendant back into that area you just described, do you have any conversation with her?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
I explained to her that I was going to be taking her items of clothing from her.
I'm going to stop for just a minute. So either you're going to pause or move or talk, because I have some jurors watching and not paying attention.
Understood.
So,
I'll stop the video.
thank you.
Please tell us about the conversation that you had with the defendant.
I explained to her that I was going to be taking her clothing and that I was going to, pat her down. I asked her if she had any guns, weapons, or knives on her. She didn't verbally say anything to me at that point. All she did was look at me like she was very angry. And she's handcuffed at this time, too, as well.
All right. So did she make any indication to you that were responsive to the questions that you asked?
No, not verbally at that point. She did comply with walking into that room as I had directed her to.
Okay.
She seemed, in my opinion, like she understood because she did what I told her to do.
Okay. We'll jump ahead to about 3 minutes here. Okay. 3 minutes on the screen, officer. Do you see yourself in this video?
I do.
Okay. And where are you located in this video?
Right in front of the desk.
And who are you talking to?
A sergeant.
And you have gloves on, yes?
Correct.
Why is it important to have gloves?
Because of the evidence I was going to be taking from her and for officer safety.
And at this point, were you going to be changing her into different attire? Providing her with different clothing?
I'm sorry?
Were you going to be providing her with different clothing after performing this?
Yes.
pat-down? All right, and you're walking off screen here at 3:41. Where are you going?
Into the jail cell.
And that's where you're going to be performing the pat-down?
Correct.
And while you're standing here, the defendant is, we've already identified her. Do you recall her saying anything during this period of time?
No.
No, you don't recall, or no, she didn't say anything?
No, she didn't say anything.
Thank you.
video at 4:33. Officer, what did we just watch there up on the screen?
Me giving the defendant some directions on where to go so I can conduct the pat-down search and take her items of clothing from her.
And did she willingly follow you to the area where you patted her down?
Yes.
Okay. And then, of course, that's going to be off screen, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you collected, did you place them into any bags or boxes?
A brown paper bag.
All right. And why do you do that?
Because that's what you're instructed to do because of the nature of what we were bagging up or putting into evidence based on training.
Okay. And did you, in fact, then collect all of the defendant's items of clothing during that pat-down?
Yes.
After she was changed into the other attire, did you ask her if she needed anything? Water?
I did.
Okay, tell us about that.
After the changeover, I stepped out. I was getting ready to, as I said before, to leave. I was the only female officer that was able to take care of the needs, that if she would have any needs. So I went, stepped back in there. I told her that I would be here for a little bit longer. I asked her if she was okay and if she needed anything. And she acknowledged me by shaking her head no. And then as I walked out, she said thank you.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Officer, thank you for answering my questions. I have nothing further at this time.
Oh, interesting. We don't get cross. There was cross and then redirect. So, all right, I'll read what what we did here. So, okay, so Officer Joan Felton, or Joanne, I should say, Joanne Felton, retired in 2022, but hired as a school resource officer. She's been in law enforcement for 35 years. She was the only female available, so she came over to do a pat down of Bionca. Now they showed, she said she seemed very angry and she was pacing the holding cell, but then they showed the surveillance and I didn't see her. She wasn't pacing, she was sitting down. But anyway, I did see her legs were kind of moving back and forth. So she takes her to this other place so she can do a pat down in private, and Ellis willingly followed. Before she left, she asked Ellis, "Hey, are you okay? Do you need anything?" And Ellis shook her head no and said, "Thank you." So then I kind of missed cross, but redirect seems like she was experiencing withdrawal. She was following orders, but her body was tense. Ellis put a jumpsuit on herself and then recrossed. "Why didn't you tell us you handcuffed her to a bar?" And she says, "I can't tell you. You asked me if she was compliant, and I said no. I'm getting this sense that you," and then objection. All right, so yeah, that's weird. So they didn't catch the cross. I don't know why. All right, so now we're going to go to what Aaron pulled for us. Now this is weird because bear with us on this one, because the feed today was showing the best moments from the trial so far. Because again, the judges ordered that they can't show live streaming. You can only upload videos after trial is done, after the day is done. So this is going to be weird in the sense that, well, let's see. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to play. All right, we already saw. All right, we saw Officer Shook. I want to play this again. Because now that we have kind of an understanding of what's going on, I'm going to play this again. Because why not? We're going to play this again. So this is Officer Shook. This is...
These clothing items.
So sorry. I want to play this again. I think this is important because we see Bionca in the police station prior to her getting arrested. All right, so I'm going to play this.
She went back to her property and she started rolling it back out of the lobby area. She looked back irritated at me and she turned off the lobby light and walked out.
Let me ask you this. You were pregnant at the time?
Yes.
And how pregnant were you?
About 8 months pregnant.
All right, so when you were seated, were you seated or were you standing?
I was standing.
Okay. Fair to say that the defendant would be able to view your body?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. When you're working at the lobby, is there surveillance video of your police station?
Yes.
Okay. And if I were, do you know whether or not this interaction that you just talked to us about was captured on surveillance video?
It was.
Okay. So if I show that to you today in court, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes.
For us? Your Honor, I'm going to play for the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 185.
185, thank you. Counsel for defense, you have a copy of 185.
We've seen this video before, Judge.
Very good, thank you.
Officer Shook, is there audio for this
No.
video? Okay. All right, Your Honor, I'm starting at the beginning of this video is 3 minutes and 13 seconds in length. We'll kind of stop it as we go. Here at the opening scene here, Officer Shook, what view are we seeing here on the screen?
This is going to be the lobby.
Now, are we going to see you on this video?
No.
All right, and why not? Where are you situated here?
I am behind that blue counter. There's glass right there.
Okay. And I'm pointing the gigantic cursor here. Do you see the window?
Yes.
Is this the entrance to the police station lobby?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm pressing play. All right, I'm stopping this at 7 seconds. Oh, I don't really want to do that. With this player, I may not be able to pause like I'd like. So let's kind of talk as we go. What do we see on the screen at 8 seconds here?
This is Bionca opening up the door.
Okay, and is this a fair and accurate representation of how she appeared to you on June 3rd, 2024?
Yes.
And you described for us the wheelchair and suitcase that she had.
Mm-hmm.
Are these the items we're seeing here on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, at 40 seconds, we see Ms. Ellis stopping at the counter. What's happening here at 47 seconds?
I'm asking how I can help her, and then she's explaining, what she's there for.
Now let's watch what she does here, 58 seconds. What is she presenting you with at 1 minute and 3 seconds?
Her ID.
Okay. So I guess I can't pause. Okay. So she had a state ID?
Yes.
Do you recall if it was up to date, not expired?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall if it was in fact her name and her photograph and her information on that ID?
It was.
Okay. And when you were presented with her ID, what did you do with it?
I take down her driver's license number and usually a good phone number, just so we know who we're speaking with.
Do you recall if she gave you a phone number?
I do not recall.
Resuming the video at 1 minute and 7 seconds. What are you doing now while she's waiting at the counter?
I am contacting the corrections officer.
Okay. And is this protocol for, if anyone, right, came to the North Olmsted Police Department and asked for their property back, is this the protocol that you follow?
Yes.
Okay. point in the encounter with Ms. Ellis, was anything, from your perception, anything unusual about her or her request of you?
No.
Was her behavior unusual at this point?
No.
Okay, so at 2 minutes, 22 seconds, we see the defendant retrieve her pink pouch. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and that contained her state ID, as you testified?
Yes.
And why was it returned to her?
Because it was her property, and I gave her the answer that I had.
Okay, so at this point, 2 minutes, 26 seconds, you'd already informed Ms. Ellis, we don't have any of your property here.
Yes.
Here's a phone number for someone else you can contact.
Yes.
Okay.
Just ask you to keep your voice up nice and loud. Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, you testified before I showed you the video that you see, or you sense a shift in her behavior, correct?
Correct.
As I press play again, can you describe for us your memory and your what you were feeling in this moment in the lobby?
At this moment, I feel like that she's irritated. She's putting her stuff away. She goes to walk out, and then she looks back at me and then flips the light off.
Right, at 2 minutes, 44 seconds, she flips that light off.
Correct.
Let's talk about your work at North Olmsted Police. And you introduced yourself to us as Officer Shook, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us what are your duties and responsibilities as a police officer with North Olmsted?
To serve and protect the community of North Olmsted as a commissioned police officer.
All right, so here's what I was saying. Like so Aaron was just recording this raw. So they're what they did today is they just picked the most important parts of testimony. So it's weird. So they're all jumbled. So anyway, so we're going to hear some more testimony from Officer Shook, but then we're going to get. We didn't see this person's testimony. So all right, we'll continue with Officer Shook, and then we'll continue on. So again, testimony's out of order. It's just weird.
Through the state of Ohio.
Okay, let's talk about kind of your day-to-day, right? What are your duties when you respond or when you show up for a shift?
Answer calls to service, patrol neighborhoods, traffic violations, anything like that.
Do you work with a partner?
No.
So when you respond to work, are you driving? Are you in the lobby? How does that work?
I'm in a cruiser at this time.
Okay. And what shift do you work at this time?
7 a.m. to 7 p.m. day shift.
And did you work at North Olmsted Police in June of 2024?
I did.
And in June of 2024, what was your shift?
It was day shift, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
And at that time, were you driving a cruiser around town?
No, I was not.
Okay, why not?
I was pregnant, and I was on light duty.
Okay, and what does light duty mean?
Light duty means I'm going to work in the records room, answer calls at the window, take reports at the window, help pay traffic citations, and et cetera. So.
For about how long did you do that light duty work on the Olmsted?
8 months.
So in June of 2024, what was your primary station, or what kind of work were you doing primarily in June of 2024?
I was in the records room, still working in a patrolman capacity, but still like in a safer environment since I was pregnant.
Okay. And when you're working in the records room, are you interacting with the general public?
Yes, but behind glass.
Okay. And I think you mentioned this, but what's an example of an interaction you may have with someone in the general public when you're working in that window?
Anybody that comes in and inquires about reports, anything, they have questions, anything like that, paying parking tickets, just answering those calls at the window or on the phone as well. So.
And if someone came in to make a lobby report, for instance, would you assist them with that?
Yes.
On June 3rd, 2024, did you have the occasion to encounter Bionca Ellis?
I did.
And can you tell us the circumstances of how you came to encounter her?
She came in and she was inquiring about property.
And prior to that encounter, had you ever met or seen Bionca Ellis before?
No.
Let's break down kind of how it all happens, okay? Do you remember about the time of day when Bionca Ellis came to the police station?
It was in the afternoon.
And you were working 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., right?
Correct.
When she arrives to the police station, what do you recall about that?
When she came into the police station, it took her a little bit longer to come in. She was pushing a wheelchair with a suitcase on top of it.
Right. And once she gets into the lobby area, does she initiate conversation with you?
Yes.
And can you tell us what was said?
So she came in, came to the window. I asked her how I can help her. She said that she was inquiring about some property because she was arrested a couple of days prior. I said, what specifically, when you're released, you get your property back. And she said that she needed money, or she needed her money that was taken from her when she was arrested. And I was like, okay, so we gave all your property back. Let me contact the corrections officer, see if anything was just left over for you. I contacted CO Curtis, who was our corrections officer, and he stated that there was no property.
Yeah, so seeing what someone else tells you, other than if it's Miss Ellis, would be a hearsay statement.
Okay.
So I'll just ask the state to re-ask the question and just be mindful of that. Thank you. So I'll sustain. Go ahead.
Officer Shook, did you learn of any residual property that was at your police station that belonged to defendant Ellis?
No.
Okay. And were you able to verify that she actually had property there at some point?
Yes.
Okay, but it had been released according to your records?
Correct.
Back to her. All right. And you informed her that you had no property to give back, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and how did she react to that?
She got angry. She said that she needed that money because she had no place to stay.
Okay. And when you encountered this defendant, did you notice anything unusual about her? As far as, was she talking to herself?
No, she was clear with her words. She knew exactly what she wanted. She wanted her cash.
And she was responsive to your questions?
Yes.
And she was responsive or confirmed that she understood what you were
Yes.
saying to her? All right. And when you say that she presented as angry, was there a shift in her behavior that you sensed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about your perception, your memory of that?
She just became irritated. She said that, again, that she needed that money because she needed a place to stay. There was a clear indication in body language that she was upset.
Okay, and when you say body language, what body language are you referring to?
Shifting her weight, rolling her eyes, kind of looking up at the ceiling.
At any time did she complain of not feeling well?
No.
And how does your interaction with her come to a conclusion?
I told her that she needed to contact the arresting officer the next day, who would be...
Did you provide her with that arresting officer's information?
I did.
Okay. Did you have to write it down for her, or did you just provide her with the name verbally?
I provided her with the name verbally.
Start with your report.
Okay, so you see how they played it today. This is how they played it today. So they played her testimony first, her other testimony first, and they replayed that. So anyway, it's disjointed, but at least we're getting this in. All right, so now this just starts right off. So this is Shanna Gray. She is trace evidence analyst. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to post. I'm not sure what order she is. I don't know if I haven't seen her yet. So I'm not sure what order she is, but this is trace evidence analyst.
On page 1 of 6 and tell us some of the items that you yourself obtained or ones that you examined, reviewed, and then distributed to other departments.
Yes, so starting with item 1 and 2, these were swabs that were collected from underneath the fingernails of the right and left hand of the decedent. These are samples that we collect for possible DNA testing, so we will process those samples and transfer them to the DNA unit. Items 3 and 4 were collected from the knuckles and palm of the right hand and then the right wrist, and also the knuckles and palm of the left hand and the left wrist. These samples were also submitted to the DNA unit for testing. And then 5 and 6 were swabs from the neck and swabs from the face of the decedent, also transferred to the DNA unit for testing.
So you do certain types of testing, but you do not do the DNA testing.
That's correct.
All right. So we have some other items that you've obtained now. What other items have you obtained, and from where have you obtained them?
The remaining items were submitted by the North Olmsted Police Department. Item 20 was a gray metal knife with an 8-inch blade and black handle. And this was labeled, found at Giant Eagle exit to Dover, middle exit next to Enterprise, located in South Drive in River Rocks. We also received item 21, which was one gray metal knife with a 6-inch blade and brown handle, labeled found in front of Things Outlet.
All right. I'm going to stop you right there just for a minute. With regards to item 20 then, what are your duties with regards to that, and what do you do? It appears there are some sub-items that are created.
Yes, so my examination of the knife would be primarily looking for any staining, primarily apparent blood staining on the knife, and also collecting some samples for DNA testing as well. So I did examine the knife. I did not observe any blood staining on the handle of the knife, but I did swab the handle of the knife for possible DNA testing. I then observed the blade of the knife, and I performed a chemical test, and I found a positive result for my presumptive chemical test, and this just means that blood may have been present. And then I swabbed that area and submitted that to DNA as well.
Okay. The next item, ma'am?
The next item, 21, was the gray metal knife with the 6-inch blade and brown handle. So I did a similar examination as item 20, mostly looking for apparent blood staining. I did not observe any blood stains on the handle of the knife. I did, however, collect a swab from the handle to send to DNA. And then I performed a chemical test for blood on the blade, both sides of the blade of the knife, and that test was negative, so no further testing on the blade.
Alrighty. Your item 22.
Item 22 was one blue t-shirt and one white tank top. And my examination with these clothing items, mainly one thing we will look for is the staining again, so looking for apparent blood staining. Another thing we will look for is damage to the item that is relevant to the case history. So in this case, I would be looking for sharp instrument damage on the clothing. And if I find something, I would mark it with a yellow arrow and assign it a letter, and try to determine what type of damage that is.
All right. Item 22, then you have some sub-items there?
Yes, so when multiple items are received in one bag, we just assign an item number to each individual item. So item 22 was the bag containing both items. Item 21 was the blue t-shirt, and item 22.2 was the white tank top.
And item 23 and 24 and 25, ma'am?
Item 23 was one gray t-shirt labeled Giant Eagle shirt. 24 was one pair of black leggings labeled worn by Bionca Ellis. Item 25 was one pair of black with gray trim shorts labeled worn by Julian Wood.
All right. Next.
Item 26 was one white t-shirt labeled worn by Bionca Ellis, and item 27 was one black sweatshirt labeled worn by Bionca Ellis.
And out of item 27, did you do some checking or an evaluation, examination of that item?
Yes, I did. I examined that item for apparent blood staining, and we can do this visually by looking at the item, but with dark colored clothing, this can be difficult. So we can also use different types of light to try to bring out any potential blood staining on the item. So I did that in this case, and I did test a few stains on the front side of the sweatshirt, but none of those stains tested positive, all negative. I did, however, test the back side of the black sweatshirt, and on the upper posterior right sleeve, there was a presumptive positive result, meaning that that substance may be blood.
And did you also have photographs of these items taken?
I did.
So if it's okay with you, I'm going to show some photographs, and do you think we can do the photographs with the results?
Yes.
We can do them simultaneously. All right. So we're going to show you what's been previously marked, State's Exhibit. Let's start with 152. What are we looking at 152?
So you're going to give the description and then your finding.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
State's Exhibit 152 is an overall photograph of one side of the gray metal knife with an 8-inch blade and black handle. That was item 20 in the trace evidence report.
And this number right here, ma'am, who creates that number?
The photography unit has that kind of number block. I will tell them the case number and the item number, and they will physically put the numbers on the block.
And Ms. Gray, just for maintaining our continuity, this 24-0839 is referring to which case?
That is the case of Julian Wood, and that's the medical examiner's office number.
And then the TE, what does that refer to?
Trace evidence.
And is that item 20?
Yes.
So that refers to item 20, which is in your report.
Correct.
All right. So in examining State's Exhibit 152, and I think we can look at 153 as well. What are we looking at State's Exhibit 153?
State's Exhibit. Exhibit 153 is an overall photograph of the other side of the gray metal knife.
All right. And is it that customary practices in your office to take photographs of all sides of an object?
Yes.
You can? All right. And your findings with regards to this?
I examined this item for staining. I did not observe any blood stains on the handle. I did test the blade of the knife, and that did test presumptive positive for blood, so that I was able to swab the blade and the handle and send those items to DNA.
All right. And is that also reflected in item 20.2?
Yes.
All right. Let's move on to State's Exhibit 154. What is State's Exhibit 154?
State's Exhibit 154 is an overall photograph of one side of the gray metal knife with a 6-inch blade and brown handle, which is item 21 in the trace evidence report.
All right, and we'll go to State's Exhibit, again, 155. Again, the same numbers in your trace evidence number?
Yes.
That corresponds. What were your findings with regards to item 21?
I examined the item for blood staining. I did not observe any on the handle or on the blade. I did, however, test the blade for blood, and the result was negative.
All right, let's move on to State's Exhibit 156. What are we looking at here, ma'am?
State's Exhibit 156 is an overall photograph of the front side of the gray T-shirt labeled Giant Eagle shirt.
And what item is that?
This is item 23 in the trace evidence report.
All right, and let's move on to State's Exhibit 157.
State's Exhibit 157 is an overall photograph of the rear side of the gray T-shirt, which is item 23 in the trace evidence report.
All right, and do you have any findings, with regards to item 23?
Yes, I examined this item. I did not observe any blood stains, and I did not observe any sharp instrument damage.
State's Exhibit 158.
State's Exhibit 158 is an overall photograph of the front side of the black leggings, which are item 24 in the trace evidence report.
And State's Exhibit 159.
State's Exhibit 159 is an overall photograph of the rear side of the black leggings, which are item 24 in the trace evidence report.
And did you have any findings with regards to these items?
I did. I performed testing for blood on both the front and back of the leggings, and that testing was negative. I also examined the item for any sharp instrument damage and did not observe any.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 160.
State's Exhibit 160 is the front side of overall photograph of the front side of the white T-shirt labeled worn by Bionca Ellis, which is item 26 in the trace evidence report.
All right, State's Exhibit 161.
State's Exhibit 161 is an overall photograph of the rear side of the white T-shirt. That is item 26 in the trace evidence report.
And what were your findings as to item 26, ma'am?
I did not detect blood on the front side of the T-shirt, and I did not observe any blood staining on the back side, and I did not observe any sharp instrument damage.
State's Exhibit 162.
State's Exhibit 162 is an overall photograph of the front side of the black sweatshirt labeled worn by Bionca Ellis, which is item 27 in the trace evidence report.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 163, what are we looking at here?
State's Exhibit 163 is an overall photograph of the rear side of the black sweatshirt, which is item 27.
State's Exhibit 164.
State's Exhibit 164 is an overall photograph of that rear side of the sweatshirt again. This time there is a ruler placed on the upper right sleeve that is marking a location of possible blood staining that I removed from the item.
All right, ma'am. And who places that marking on the item?
I do.
All right, and does that marking reflect, does it provide a number and an item number?
It does.
And does it provide also a case number?
Yes.
All right, moving on to State's Exhibit 165. What are we looking at here?
State's Exhibit 165 is a close-up photograph of the area that I removed from the black sweatshirt, which was item 23.
And here, do your initials appear on this ruler?
They do.
All right, that is the ruler that you have placed on that item.
It is.
All right, State's Exhibit 166.
State's Exhibit 166 is an overall photograph of the front side of the blue T-shirt. That is item 22.1 in the trace evidence report.
All right, and did you review and examine this shirt?
I did.
All right, and what were your findings as to this shirt?
As to the shirt, my findings were apparent blood was observed on the front and back of the shirt, and that was it for the front of the shirt.
All right, State's Exhibit 167.
State's Exhibit 167 is an overall photograph of the rear side of the blue T-shirt.
Now, on State's Exhibit 167, ma'am, there is a yellow marker. Could you please explain to us what that is?
The yellow marker was placed by me. This is pointing to an area of sharp instrument damage that I observed on the item, and the letter A is just to assign it a letter for the purposes of measurements and photographs.
State's Exhibit 167. I'm sorry, 168.
State's Exhibit 168 is a close-up photograph of defect A on the blue T-shirt.
And ma'am, we also see some stapling of this particular item. Who does the stapling of that item?
I will do the stapling of the item prior to my examination. This happens sometimes when we receive items that were cut off of an individual for medical aid. So we will staple the item back together for examination and photographs.
And State's Exhibit 169.
State's Exhibit 169 is an overall photograph of the front side of the white tank top, which is item 22.2 in the trace evidence report.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 170.
State's Exhibit 170 is an overall photograph of the rear side of the white tank top.
And again, moving on to item 20.2.
All right, that's as much as we got from that. Maybe not a bad idea to So maybe not a bad idea that was cut there. All right. Next up is Melissa Esterline, DNA analyst. I'm not sure what order she was, but
And what is 20.2 before you begin?
20.2 is swabs of staining from the blade of the gray metal knife. The DNA profile obtained from item 20.2 is a single source of male origin. A likelihood ratio was calculated, assuming item 20.2 contained DNA from one unknown contributor. A match was identified between item 20.2 and Julian Wood. This match is 515 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated African American person, 130 octillion times more probable than, 130 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated Caucasian person, and 505 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated Hispanic person. No statistical support for a match was identified between item 20.2 and Bionca Ellis.
Let's move on to item 21.1. And what is that first?
21.1 is swabs from the handle of the gray metal knife. The DNA profile obtained from item 21.1 is a mixture. A likelihood ratio was calculated, assuming item 21.1 contained DNA from 6 unknown contributors. No statistical support for a match was identified between item 21.1 and Julian Wood or Bionca Ellis.
Item 27.1.
Item 27.1 is swabs from the lower right sleeve of the black sweatshirt worn by Bionca Ellis. The The DNA profile obtained from item 27.1 is a mixture. A likelihood ratio was calculated, assuming item 27.1 contained DNA from 2 unknown contributors. Bionca Ellis cannot be excluded as a contributor to this mixture. No statistical support for a match was identified between item 27.1 and Julian Wood.
So that item, let's talk about item 27.1 is what item?
Swabs from the lower right sleeve of the black sweatshirt.
When you say that someone cannot be excluded as a contributor, what does that mean to us?
So that means that, so originally I calculated it as 3 unknown contributors, meaning that there's evidence of 3 contributors in that mixture. And then if someone cannot be excluded, that means that they are one of those contributors. In some cases, we don't report the stat because if it came from that person or from that person's clothing, then we don't report that stat. So since this came from Bionca Ellis, we can just say she cannot be excluded as a contributor to that mixture, but she is one of those 3 contributors.
And you can see that kind of profile when you're doing your analysis?
Yes.
All right. Let's move on to 27.2.
27.2 is the lower left sleeve of the black sweatshirt worn by Bionca Ellis. The DNA profile obtained from item 27.2 is a mixture. A likelihood ratio was calculated, assuming item 27.2 contained DNA from 3 unknown contributors. Bionca Ellis cannot be excluded as a contributor to this mixture. No statistical support for a match was identified between item 27.2 and Julian Wood.
All right. And item 27.3. Tell us what the item is.
27.3 is a section with staining from the upper posterior right sleeve of the black sweatshirt worn by Bionca Ellis. The DNA profile obtained from item 27.3 is a mixture. A likelihood ratio was calculated, assuming item 27.3 contained DNA from 2 unknown contributors. Bionca Ellis cannot be excluded as a contributor to this mixture. A match was identified between item 27.3 and Julian Wood. This match is 513 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated African American person, 128 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated Caucasian person, and 501 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated Hispanic person.
All right, so let's talk about that for just a minute, Ms. Esterline. When you say 513 octillion times more probable, again, what does that mean?
That number has 27 zeros behind it to give you an idea of what that number is. And so, as I explained before, that likelihood ratio, so it's 513 octillion times more likely that that profile originated from Julian Wood than that it originated from some other unknown individual.
And that was found on the upper posterior right sleeve of...
It's staining from the upper posterior right sleeve of the black sweatshirt that was collected by trace evidence and sent to me marked as positive for the presumptive test of blood.
Prosecutors have just rested their case in real time. Reminder, the judge is not allowing us to air today's testimony until it's finished. So as soon as the court adjourns for the day, we'll be able to air it. But we still get updates because we got our Matt Johnson. He's here monitoring what's going on, and state rumbling along, and they're done. So, you know, I mean, the video, talk about pictures worth 1,000 words. I mean, that video pretty much seals it.
Very graphic testimony for this jury in Ohio, Ted. So what we had today was day 4 of testimony with a lead detective on the stand, and then right before lunch, we heard about the autopsy of the little 3-year-old, and then the state did rest their case in chief. They're on a break right now, and then we're going to see if this defendant will do her colloquy and see if she plans on testifying or if they plan on calling any witnesses to the stand. Remember, she is putting on a sanity defense, insane at the time of the crime, not denying that she did it. But yeah, a lot going on in that courtroom. So we have field producer Tiffany Smith, who's monitoring the situation for us at Court TV, monitoring day 4 of testimony. Bionca Ellis, the defendant who you're looking at right there, she has been in the courtroom each and every day, not showing much emotion, as we could see. The lead detective that was called to the scene of this crime in Ohio at that grocery store where this all took place, he was one of the last witnesses. So this is lead detective Sean Ventrance with the North Olmsted Police Department, and he was asked this by prosecutors. Let's put it on your screen. He was asked, describe the scene. What did you see? And then he responded to the jury, it was chaotic, it was chaos, I saw people didn't know what to do. And then he was asked, did you observe the victim, Julian Wood, you know, that 3-year-old little boy who died? And the detective said he was lying lifeless there and that there was a lot of blood. This is on the heels of earlier today, Ted, where this jury had also seen just those graphic images of the T-shirt, his little shirt with the dinosaur on it covered in blood. Just a lot of graphic things that this jury has seen today that they're now thinking about on their break.
Yeah, and I guess the headline is the prosecution's arrested its case in chief. We expect that the defense is going to put on a defense, an insanity defense, and so the prosecution will then bring on an expert to rebut whatever we hear from this, because that's what it's all about. But boy, talk about graphic testimony. Matt, thank you. We
all right. So all that you saw today, just now, Aaron put that together from this morning. So now I'm going to go to their live feed, and we're going to we're gonna hear. I think this is so we missed the medical examiner. It seems like we missed the medical examiner. Hold on a sec. Seems like they did not play the medical examiner. I just want to make sure. As terrible as that's going to be, I do want to hear that. Seeing his shirt that just tore me up, man. That's tough. All right, hold on. Just give me a moment. All right, I don't know. I'll just go ahead and I'll just play this. I'm not sure who this is, if this is still the defense or if this is the state. But I got to come over here now. Let me just come over here.
Says she was insane at the time of the stabbing. We have reached the time now where we can bring you today's testimony. The court issued an order and said we cannot do that until testimony in court has ended for the day. Now that that's happened, let's start with the very first witness of the day, day 4. This is lead detective Sean Ventrance on direct examination by the state.
Good morning. I'm Detective Sean Ventrance, and I work for the North Olmsted Police Department. First name is spelled S-E-A-N. Last name is V as in Victor, E-N-T-R-I-C-E.
Thank you. You may inquire, Ms.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
You mentioned that you work for the North Olmsted Police Department. Is
I
that
do.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been employed there?
Been employed there for 11 years.
And your title currently is what?
Detective.
And prior to becoming a detective, did you hold any other titles within that agency?
Yes, I did. I was a patrolman.
Okay, for how long?
So I've been in the Bureau since 2023. So
Okay.
I've been up there for 3 years now.
All right. And for the jury, could you briefly describe your background, education, experience that you had to undergo in order to become a law enforcement officer?
Sure. So in 2012, excuse me, I went to the Polaris Ranger Academy, which is a pod accredited by the state of Ohio. I was on patrol, went through the training period, responded to calls, community engagement, state certified CPT courses through the year, which is our requirement to update our certificates and be a police officer in the state of Ohio.
And when you received your promotion to detective, did that cause a shift in your responsibilities and duties?
It did.
Okay, and can you explain to us what your responsibilities and duties are as a detective?
Sure. It's a much larger caseload. So we're a six-man bureau, as you all learned from prior testimony, including our lieutenant who does handle cases. We further any investigation that is brought up to us by patrol, which is usually felony crimes.
So what types of cases, in your experience, have you investigated in your career?
High-dollar thefts, telecommunications harassments, frauds, internet frauds, robberies, assaults, sex crimes.
Prior to June 2024, had you had the opportunity to investigate a homicide?
I did.
So I want to talk to you about June 3rd of 2024. At that time, were you employed by North Olmsted Police Department?
I was.
And were you a detective at that time?
Yes, I was.
And did you work a particular shift?
I did.
Okay, what was that?
So my shift is Monday through Thursday, 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Okay. And as a detective, do you kind of assign your officers tasks that they must accomplish during the day or where they should be?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And are you primarily stationed at the police station during your shift?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And during that time, do you receive radio broadcasts where you are located?
I do. We do have a PA system that plays our radio calls, and it's not just us, it's other cities as well, so you really have to pay attention.
So on June 3rd, 2024, did any notable call come through on the radio broadcast system?
Yes.
And can you describe to us what that was?
Well, 1500 hours, which is 3 p.m., we had a report of a female stabbing patrons in the Giant Eagle parking lot.
Okay. And you just corrected yourself. Did additional descriptions come forward as some time passed?
Yes, it did.
Okay. So the initial description was just a female stabbing patrons at Giant Eagle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when that call comes through, how do you respond?
I throw on my Go vest and I run out as fast as possible and go to the threat.
And do you take other officers with you, or do you direct them to respond as well?
I yelled to a couple other officers, and hopefully they caught up with me because I was going with them or without them. So.
Okay. And so do you get into a city-issued vehicle to respond?
Yes, I did.
And I know there's been some testimony, I think it's been established, right, that Giant Eagle is very close to the police station in North Olmsted.
It is. It's right across the street.
All right. So once you respond to Giant Eagle, where exactly do you respond to?
So while en route, we did get that further information, and we got word that the female, we found out a black female wearing all black, was actually walking eastbound towards Dover. So I went right there.
All right. So that is your focus when you initially respond?
Yes, ma'am.
Versus going to the Giant Eagle store itself? Is that accurate?
Yes. Okay. To one of the entrances, yes.
All right. So you're going to Dover Center Road. What do you observe upon your arrival to that area?
Well, I had a good understanding of where that person was walking to, so I pulled into the exit, and that's where I found my fellow officers and the suspect.
All right. And do you recall which officers were there on scene when you responded?
I do.
Okay, and who was that?
It was Patrolman Walcott and our canine officer, DiMatteo.
And when you responded, was the suspect already on the ground?
She was.
Okay. And was she in handcuffs?
No, she was not.
All right. And do you recall who secured her in handcuffs?
I do.
Who was that?
That was going to be Sergeant Nick Gerbolja, with the assistance of Sergeant Petro.
And at the time that you responded to that area, did you ever have the occasion to observe a weapon?
I did.
Okay, and can you describe to us where you observed that weapon to be?
I did. So the actual weapon itself was in a rock bed behind a curb.
Okay. And Once the defendant is secured in handcuffs, do you remain in that area?
No, I did not.
Okay, why not?
Because we learned that there was actually 2 victims in the parking lot, so I jumped in the cruiser and went right to that area.
Okay. And did you assign those other officers that were on scene with you to handle the suspect?
Assigned, no. So as spoken in prior testimony, we all play a role, and some of the veteran guys, they know where to fall in that role. It's like a domino. So I saw Petro and Walcott running with a mass casualty bag, and they were already on top of the victim, so I took my role.
All right. So you go to the parking lot. Upon arriving to the parking lot, describe to us what you see.
No, it was chaos. We had people everywhere. We had our officers relieving people from first aid, which was the CPR I spoke prior. People just didn't know what to do. So I started gathering people to get statements.
All right. Now, prior to doing that, did you have the occasion to observe the victim, Julian Wood?
I did.
All right. And can you tell us a little bit about what you observed?
Yeah, so, Julian was laying lifeless, and there was a lot of blood.
Okay. Did you personally render any life aid to him?
I did not.
Okay. But other officers were?
Yes, I did.
And upon observing him in that regard, as you've described, what was your next step?
So after I collected as many people as I could that saw the actual incident, I was approached by some Westlake detectives, my other fellow officers, and we directed them to do a secondary search inside Giant Eagle because we didn't know. It was unclear at first if it took place in Giant Eagle or outside the parking lot. So we just wanted to make sure that there's nobody else that needed our help inside.
Right. Did you have the opportunity to see whether Julian was transported by ambulance from the scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you know where he was transported to?
Yes, he was actually driven to the hospital by one of my detectives. My partner, Detective Butcher, drove the ambulance to St. John's.
Is that usual?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And why did that happen here?
Because the amount of effort needed to help Julian was greater than the manpower, I guess I can explain it. They needed all hands on deck in the back of the squad.
All right. So you assist with gathering statements from folks. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
And were there people just kind of observing the chaos as you've described as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you kind of farmed those people or weeded them out?
Yes.
So to speak. All right. And how did you get the people who witnessed something to make a written statement?
Well, as best as I could, I yelled out to everybody multiple times, whoever saw this, come to me with my hand in the air.
Okay. And did, in fact, persons come to you to give statements?
Yeah, I mean, it's a chaotic scene, so it takes people quite some time to actually understand and react to that. They're sucked into what's going on, so I screamed multiple times for people to come to me.
Okay. And you did, in fact, collect some statements from folks?
I did. So I started handing them out, and I passed on the responsibilities.
Okay. Did there come a time where you were assigned as the lead detective in this case?
So usually we are assigned by our lieutenant, but since I bounced around and did so much, I just self-assigned myself to this.
Okay. But you did work in tandem with other detectives, sergeants, and officers within your agency. Is that accurate?
It is very accurate, yes.
But you are the lead detective in this case, are you not?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And given that role, did you take additional steps in the investigation in this matter?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take photographs in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what photographs did you take?
So after I passed on the responsibilities of getting witness statements, I responded back to the actual arrest scene, and we got that taped off. I am an evidence tech. I was a prior FTO as well. So I started processing that area where the murder weapon was found.
Okay. And if I showed you some of those photographs today here in court, could we talk about them together?
We could.
Detective, I'm going to put on the Mondo pad some of the photographs, okay?
Sure.
Starting with State's Exhibit 57. Do you see what I placed up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Did you take that photograph?
I sure did.
And what is this photograph depicting?
So that is what I call an overall photo that establishes location from Giant Eagle to where you'll see where we found the actual murder weapon.
Okay. State's Exhibit 58. Is this what you're talking about?
Yes, that would be another overall of the exit where Bionca was arrested.
State's Exhibit 59.
Again, this is going to be an overall, but this also establishes where the murder weapon was found. If you look further into where that bush is, just to the right of the actual cruiser, there's an orange cone that I placed to mark where that murder weapon was located in the rock bed.
Okay. State's Exhibit 60.
Sure. So Exhibit 60 is going to be an overall of that cone, establishing where the murder weapon was found.
And when you arrived on scene, you testified that the defendant was already laying on the ground.
Yes, she was.
And was she, where was she laying down? Was she on the road here or in this rock bed?
She was on the concrete, not in the rock bed.
State's Exhibit 61.
Sure. So Exhibit 61 is going to be a mid-range photo of a fixed object. That fixed object is going to be that light pole with the concrete. So that means that fixed object, it's going to be there all the time. And that just establishes where and location that murder weapon was found.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 62.
This would be a close-up of the actual murder weapon itself.
Okay, so in these prior photos that you testified to, the weapon had not yet been picked up. It was just kind of concealed by the cone?
Correct.
So 62 is depicting exactly where the knife was located.
It is exactly where the knife was located.
And is this a fair and accurate description of how this knife appeared on June 3rd when you observed and collected it?
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 63?
That is a close-up of the murder weapon covered in blood.
Same question for all those photographs, Exhibits 57 to 63. Are those fair and accurate depictions of how the crime scene appeared to you on June 3rd, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. So, getting back to the different steps that you took in your investigation, after you take these photographs that we just went through, what was the next step that you took in your investigation?
So, just listening to all the radio traffic, we had people doing secondaries in Giant Eagle. We had people collecting other evidence at other stores. We had people going to check video. So all that stuff was covered, so I went to the hospital.
You went to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
And what was your reasoning for going to the hospital?
Well, that reason is acting as an evidence tech. I went to the hospital to help other officers and direct them what needed to be done.
Okay. And were you concerned with making further contact with the victim's family?
Yes, I was.
All right. And why so?
As hard as it is and how uncomfortable it may be, you got to get a statement. You have to understand what happened. You got to talk to the nurses. You have to list the people that helped. And you have to get photos.
All right.
Still with us, criminal defense attorney Jeffrey Wolf. Jeffrey, to me, this.
All right, so this is where we can definitely zoom through all of this. So we have the lead detective. I remember watching that body cam. I don't know if you guys remember, but we saw him in the body cam saying he put his hands up or put a hand up, or whatever. He's like, "Come to me, come to me. If you've witnessed this, come to me." And excuse me. And people did come to him. So I remember him now. All right. Hold on, let me just cue it up. Oh, interesting. It's not letting me. All right. All right. So now we'll get back to his testimony. They haven't gone back into court yet. Hold on. They're just kind of showing stuff. So no, they'll get back to live court in a second, or not live court, but court. So just hold on a sec. Come on. Okay.
Did you in fact take photographs at the hospital?
I did.
And did you take photographs of Julian and his wounds?
I did.
Did you speak with any medical professionals at St. John's?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you learn about the wounds that he suffered?
I learned at 16:20 that he was pronounced dead.
And did you learn about the nature of the wounds that he sustained?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
The wound he received to his cheek actually went in and cut a piece of his tongue. The wound that he received to his back.
Overruled. Go ahead and finish what you learned.
The wound that he received to his back was so deep that it actually sliced his lung.
Did there come a time where you interviewed anyone associated with this case?
Yes.
Okay, and who was that?
I spoke to Bionca's mother at a later time.
All right, and do you remember when you talked to her?
I do. It was on the 5th of June, 2024, about 10:45 in the morning.
Okay, and you are aware that one of your detectives interviewed the defendant, are you not?
Excuse me, I think I actually spoke to her on the 4th.
Okay, so then the day after?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware that Marjorie Jones from North Olmsted interviewed the defendant in this case?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And was your interview with Bionca Ellis' mother before or after that interview, if you recall?
It was after.
Did there come a time where you obtained a buccal swab from this defendant?
I did.
Okay, and why is that important?
So as testified by the coroner's office, we want to provide a standard of a known suspect, so they can confirm if that is that person's DNA or not.
Okay. And is that standard in a lot of the cases that you investigate?
It is.
All right, so you oversaw this whole investigation, lots of moving parts and players, fair
Yes,
to say?
ma'am. Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to later take further photographs of the weapon that was used?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
And was that after the weapon was collected and removed from the crime scene?
It was. So I did collect that murder weapon from the scene.
Okay. So if I showed you some photographs of how that weapon was photographed later, could you talk to us about that?
Yes, absolutely.
What's the exhibit numbers?
67. 3781.
Thank you.
May I approach the witness?
One moment. Counselor, have you seen those?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, thanks.
All right, Detective, I'm placing before you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 67-71. You recognize what I'm placing before you?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
These are going to be the evidence photos I took myself, prepping these to be entered into our BEAST system.
What's BEAST?
The BEAST is the program we use to collect and store evidence. It's just a data entry system.
Okay. All right, so for the jury, we'll show on the screen State's Exhibit 67. Detective, what is this photograph?
So this photograph is the murder weapon covered in blood with a ruler, and we actually would call that a scaled photo. to give an understanding of how long that actual weapon is.
And we see some numbers handwritten above the knife. What does that denote?
That is the case number. That is a report number.
Your report number. State's Exhibit 68.
Just a little bit more of a close-up photo.
And again, this is exactly how the knife was found from the scene, not cleaned or touched in any regard.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 69.
It's just furthering the process. It's another photo of the actual knife. You have the report number up top, and then we're just boxing it.
Why do you box it?
To keep it safe, to keep whatever's on it intact.
And then State's Exhibit, suppose that one's not marked. Maybe State's Exhibit 70.
Sure, so that's the other side of the knife, showing the sticker from volunteers.
All right. And then finally 71.
A close-up of that sticker.
Thank you. So, Detective, once you place that weapon in the box, what comes of it?
Well, we make sure the box is filled out, we seal it correctly, and then we put it into the outer property room, which is then handled by our property room manager.
Your Honor, I'm just going to show you witness exhibit.
72.
Sorry, this is 222.
Thank you.
Detective, I'm placing before you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 222. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
This is the box you saw on the prior photos. This is my initials. This is how this is not how I sealed it. This has been sealed since the testing at the coroner's office.
Okay. And does that box, in fact, contain the weapon used in this murder?
It does.
So, getting back to the all-hands-on-deck aspect of this case, did there come a time where your neighboring community of Westlake assisted your agency with this case?
They did.
Okay, and what did they do to help?
They assisted in the Giant Eagle, the secondary search that I spoke of. They also assisted in checking neighboring stores. I was provided Axon photos from Things Outlet. I was provided Axon photos of the other knife that was dropped outside of Things.
Okay.
And they also provided drone footage.
Drone footage?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Does North Olmsted have a drone?
We do now.
You do now?
We do now.
Okay, but in June of 2024, you did not?
No, we were in the startup process of that.
Okay. And so Westlake has a drone. Did you communicate with them about using it or borrowing it? Or?
I did not.
Okay. So how did you come to obtain drone footage from Westlake?
I believe they dropped it off, and Patrolman Walcott entered it into our evidence.
All right. So they took it upon themselves to help in that regard?
They did.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to review the images and video that was produced from Westlake Police's drone?
Yes, I have.
All right, so if we could, let's talk a little bit about those items. There are a lot of photographs. Detective, we're not going to talk about every single one, of course, but I would like to list them all for you.
Sure.
What was that again, this particular?
I'm sorry, Judge. 132 to 149. And then there's two outside of the sequence, 212 and 213. We have that file.
If I could look at those just briefly. Sure.
And then there's another stack. This is 904 to 933.
Mr. Mack, you've had a chance to review those as part of the discovery?
I know they were the discovery.
Okay, thank you.
And then I'm going to go All right, Detective, take some of this back from you. I'm going to give you that stack. If you could take your time, look through it for a moment.
Just for the record, which ones are you looking at?
I have State Exhibit 132
through 149 and then
Through-
additional 2. Yeah, just let me know when you reviewed them down right now.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay, so Detective, what is contained in the first stack I shared with you, 132 to 149?
132 to 149 is going to be overall shots, which appear to be somewhat of an overall close-up shot of the actual attack scene.
Okay, so let's look up at the screen, State's Exhibit 132. What does this photograph depict?
This depicts the aftermath of the attack.
Now, at the time that this photograph was captured, obviously there are no persons on scene. Was the scene contained by tape?
It was.
Okay. And this is, would you classify this as an aerial view above?
Yes, I would, yes.
Was it fair to say all of the pictures that you reviewed are drone produced?
They are drone produced, sir.
Thank you.
So quickly, we'll just run through 132 to 138, Detective, are going to be similar shots of what you just described.
Yes, they are.
Okay. And I know that a drone produced these images, but you were at the scene and you've reviewed these photographs.
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Fair and accurate depictions of the crime scene.
Yes, they are.
Now, this is State's Exhibit 139. It's a video, but there's just a little bit of movement from like the wind.
I think that was a start and stop, a start up and stop.
State's Exhibit 141. What is this?
Again, I think that was a start up and stop. If we go to the next.
142.
Yes. I think this is what he meant to do.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am. So this is just going to show the area where the murder weapon was found and collected.
And at this time, the weapon is already collected and gone.
Already collected and gone, that's correct.
And that's showing the picture, Michael, of where she tossed the weapon, that 8-inch.
All right, navigating through the talking heads here. Let me see if I can fast forward. Just give me a moment. So we have the lead detective on, Sean Ventris. Detective Sean Ventris. Just going to. Oh, come on.
And at this point, are you on scene then in the parking lot, or is this much later in the day,
I am not on scene in the parking lot.
Do you know about when the scene was ultimately cleared?
No, I do not.
what are we doing now on the screen?
We are viewing an overall video from the location of the murder weapon to the location of Giant Eagle and the attack scene.
Okay, so quite a large area then was cordoned off.
It was.
Now, we still see patrons coming into the shopping center, do we not?
We do.
Do you know if were your citizens informed of what had transpired, or
I don't.
really no way to?
I don't know that, yeah.
Okay. And then State's Exhibits 143 through 149, I believe will be kind of duplicative. So if you could just describe 143 for us.
Sure, so that's an aerial photo, which we call, again, an overall photo of the location of the attack scene.
Right, and were these photographs helpful to you in your investigation of this case?
Yes.
Okay, and how so?
Well, it establishes the amount of cars there, the amount of potential people that were there, and then where the actual attack took place.
Right, and without a drone, you couldn't really get that vantage point, right?
No, you cannot.
Now let's move on to some additional photos. This is the stack, State's Exhibits 904, 933. Again, we're not going to talk about each and every one. Maybe let's just go by one, and then if there's something that is notable to you, we can discuss it further. This is State's Exhibit 904. Anything unique about this photo to you?
No, it's just, I believe that's the start of the grid for your overall photo as a whole.
906, we see some emergency vehicles on the scene.
We do.
Okay, so talk about 918. What do you see in this exhibit?
Well, that kind of paints a picture of our response, our initial response. Shows the attack scene, shows our ambulance, our fire department guys, and where our cruisers were located.
Okay. Same thing with 919.
Right, so again, that's an overall photo of the attack scene.
All right, 924. Why is this photo significant, if it is?
That's going to be the drive-through pharmacy area. We'll just call it north of that is going to be the drive-through area where Mr. Bush was picking up his DoorDash delivery.
All right, 926.
So the top right of that picture is going to be the north entrance exit, Giant Eagle, and that the parking spots with the yellow lines, that's where people pick up their online orders, or if people are delivering food, that's where they pick up their order.
Yeah, and this photograph also gives us an idea of how close really crime scene is to that.
Absolutely, yes. The attack scene is right there off to the left side of that photo.
And criminal defense attorney Sam Bassett. Sam, thank you so much.
All right, we're going to keep fast forwarding here.
Of the north entrance exit. It shows the roof a little bit.
All right. That's the end of that series. Thank you for going through those with me.
Say that again.
I said that was the end of that series.
Did you address 212 and 213?
I did not.
Okay.
Yeah. Detective, if you would actually just take a look at 212 and 213, I know they were at the bottom of that 149.
I only bring it up, they were out of sequence. I wasn't sure if they were the overhead view that was used before.
Anything notable about either of those exhibits?
And 212 is just another overall photo. I think this is how they start their grid, and it does show the bottom of the water tower. In an ambulance, that's about it. And then 213 is another overall shot of the entrance exit to Dover Center where Bionca was arrested.
That's permission to publish that, the grade, those two photos, because they're not on the screen.
Oh, 212 and 213, sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Detective, within the footage provided by Westlake Police Department, was there an additional video that you were aware of that was taken of the overall area?
I believe there was. There's also an overall grid photo.
Okay. All right, well, let's talk about the overall grid photo first. This is 27.
Okay.
It's been testified to by some other witnesses. Detective, I'm facing before you with the Marshall States Exhibit 187. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And what is it?
It is going to be the attack location, Giant Eagle, and it actually provides the entrance exit to where Bionca was arrested.
And we've seen this map in the trial previously, yes?
Yes, we have.
And why is this map useful to us?
Well, for the person that's not aware of this location, it gives them a pretty good understanding of where Giant Eagle is located, how it faces, and where the arrest took place.
Okay. Let's move on to State's Exhibit 188 then. The video that was generated by the drone. Do you recall watching about a 1-minute video that was produced by the Westlake drone?
I do.
All right. I'm playing with the Martin States Exhibit 188. It's about 1 minute in length. Detective, you testified about the chaotic nature of the scene. At the time that this drone is capturing footage, it seems like everybody's gone. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Why is it important, if it is, to you that this drone is capturing this footage for you?
Well, it shows us the cars that were left there, shows our cruisers there, and it just gives a broad overall shot of the attack scene.
I did want to go back briefly. I asked you about obtaining a buccal swab from the defendant. Do you recall me asking you that?
I do.
If I showed you in court today the buccal swab that's contained in a sealed envelope, could you identify it for us?
Yes, I could.
224. Thank you. Yes, you may. Thanks.
Detective, what is this exhibit?
So this is going to be the DNA standard, also known as a buccal swab from Bionca Ellis.
Okay. And did you in fact collect that standard as you
I did.
observed here? Okay. And you talked about surveillance from neighboring businesses to Giant Eagle. Did you have the opportunity to collect hard drives or external drives that contain surveillance from those businesses?
We did collect that through Detective Roman, yes.
All right, and if I showed you just a copy of that today in court, could you identify it for us?
I sure could.
This is 225, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Detective, this is exhibit 225. Do you recognize that?
I do, ma'am. This is going to be the thrift store footage, which is also known as Volunteers of America.
Thank you.
All right. So, Detective, you testified to being on scene and observing the defendant being arrested. Do you see her in court today?
I do.
Thank you.
I'll note the stipulation that Ms. Ellis would be identified by this witness. Thank you.
Thanks. Detective, did you have any observations of the defendant on scene with regard to her behavior or anything she may have said?
I did.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
So when I arrived on scene, Patrolman Walcott did have Bionca at gunpoint. He had already given her orders to lay down, which I understand she did. Any further orders she was given as to, turn over or place your hands behind your back, to stand up, to turn around, she complied without hesitation.
Right. Did you ever hear her say anything?
I did not.
Now, Detective, have you had the opportunity to work with the prosecutor's office to prepare for this trial?
Yes, I have.
And within that preparation, did you have the opportunity to collaborate on a video that compiles a lot of the surveillance that you've testified to today in court?
Yes, I did.
All right. And if I played that compilation video for you and the jury this morning, would you be able to identify it for us?
Yes, I would.
Sidebar.
Yep.
All right, coming up next, we do need to take a break, but
All right. Yikes. Little monkeys are freaking out. Little freakazoids. Little monkey monks. Oh, this is some new footage I haven't seen.
Michael, just want to point out, you and I were discussing, that is the defendant in the wheelchair with her suitcase at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, and again, I'm not sure if she's actually leaving the police station or going to it, but earlier on in the day, we know she had that wheelchair. She goes to the police station, and again, this is important because not only are you showing what she was doing, which will aid you in knowing maybe what she was thinking, because she seems in clear state of mind going to the police to get her stuff.
Yes.
Right? So something obviously happens from the moment that, well, she doesn't get her stuff and gets angry. And the timeline is short. It's like 20 minutes or so, right? That from this angering situation to when she goes and stabs the victim. So I think that is really important for the jury to see and understand.
And just to remember that the grocery store where the stabbing occurred is across the street from the police station, and then the vintage store is next door to the grocery store.
Yeah, now she's in a wheelchair. I'm not sure why. Obviously, in the other videos, she'll be walking. Here, she seems to be pushing herself along in the wheelchair. Again, could this be part of the psychosis? I do not know. So, Judge, you just saw there, again, she was pushing herself along, sitting in the wheelchair. Now she gets up and she seems to be walking fine.
Right.
I don't know why she has the wheelchair or why she feels she needs it. again, who is this helping?
Right,
The defense or the state?
I think that's going to be the argument. It could be argued either side. So I think she just wanted to get there quicker. So she stands up. Now, as I understand it, Michael, this is walking, and it's an increased speed. They have that at the bottom, obviously. But I believe this is walking into the police station. And based on the witness's testimony of day one, first witness for the state, she came in to the person who worked behind the glass asking for some of her property.
And I will say this. She had been arrested or dealt with by the police. Not even sure if she was arrested, but she had an issue with police. Someone had called the police thinking that she was someone who needed help, someone who was in distress.
Yes.
And so the police picked her up, and they, obviously during that interaction, kept some of her stuff. Here she's returning to get some of that stuff.
And that included, according to the first witness's testimony, money that she was looking for because she said she needed it to have a place to stay.
Yes, needed a place to stay.
And Michael, I just have to comment, the other thing that witness said, that first witness is the woman who's behind the glass that we cannot see that works at the police department. She said during this part of the interaction that Bionca Ellis seemed fine, and she didn't notice anything unusual or bothersome about her demeanor or personality.
Excellent point. She said she was pretty coherent, explaining what had happened, that she had been, dealing with police 4 days before, and she's coming now to get her stuff back because she needed the money, et cetera, et cetera. So again, good point, and something that's certainly helpful to the state's case.
Well, Michael, that seemed to happen.
All right, so they're just, I guess they're just playing all this video, what they're doing. You guys, well, they're just playing all this video. Yeah, sure, Life, the wheelchair was just for her to, she's homeless, you guys, she's homeless, so she's just wheeling her stuff around. Don't forget that. So this is her at the thrift store, and you can probably see, can you see the knives? Yeah, there's the knife. She's pulling out the knives. So they were in a Tupperware. All right, I thought they were in a butcher block, but they are just in a plastic Tupperware bin. So they must have cobbled together all this video of her, and they put it into one reel. So I thought it was in a butcher block or knife block, but it's not. Oh, wait there. Okay, that's in a block. That's what I saw. So some of the knives were in a plastic. Some of the knives were in plastic bin, and other knives were in like a block. So this is just her walking around. All right, so that's when I think she was confronted, if you will, by the store manager, just saying, I think she asked to go to the restroom, and the store manager thought she was a volunteer, because it is Volunteers of America after all. Yeah, I mean, I've seen, I've witnessed it in the flesh, whether it's a bike or a wheelchair or something. Yep, and she did not pay for it. She just walks right out. That's her just walking right out. So what they've done is they put all these video clips of her together. and presented a timeline. Yep. Just walks right out. Now at this point she should have two. She should have the two. And then she's going to tap the cement pillar and drop one of them. She had a 6-inch knife and then like a 7-inch, 8-inch knife. All right, hold on, let me see. Do they have audio again?
Etc. And mental health.
No. So now she's in the things store. So she goes into this other store. This is the things store. Yeah, we have no idea what's going on in her mind right now. So that's where the evaluation is going to come into play. And then this is her going over to the Giant Eagle. Have a good night, Kathy. Thank you for being with us. And now here she's coming into the Giant Eagle. Now just watch her with the knife. Just watch her with the knife. She just. Tom, I think you said you had not seen her walking around the Giant Eagle yet. So here she is just walking around. She passes like, what, 3 people, 4 people? There's at least 4 people that she passed. Here she is passing a bunch of shoppers. It's like 5 people right there. Just walked right by 5 people. All right. All right, they're showing more. So they took a break. Now here's Margaret coming with Julian right there. Right there, they just passed each other. Let me play that again, get the CC out of the way. All right. So that's Margaret coming right at us with the cart with Julian. And then there she is with the knife. I mean, how many people did she pass? It's just incredible. Like she just knew immediately. There she is following them. Oh, so she stopped. I was wondering how she got in front. There she is. So Margaret stopped, or Margot stopped, and she kept walking. So she kept walking. She kept walking past them. There they go at the top of the screen there. And she's in front of them. Yeah, this is what confused me. Now I understand it. So Margot stopped, and there she is. There they are going out. And she goes and follows them. So this is a different angle. So she's just kind of looking around. So was it Julian that she was after? I mean, because that's the only kid, right? The only little kid that I saw. Yep. Yeah, she passed them and then she waited for them and then she followed them again. And then here's the parking lot. All right, there she is on the bottom left. Oh boy, there's Margot opening up the car door. And they stop it. Oh, no, they keep continuing it. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Hey, Sarcasm, thanks for coming in. I guess this is going to be I hate to say better angle, but this will be an angle where if they show it, we'll be able to see more. Yep, there's the stab. Oh, poor little guy. Picked up Julian. Who can defend themselves against this? I don't even think Arnold Schwarzenegger could defend himself against this, or any bodybuilder. Who's Jason Momoa? Would he be able to defend himself against this? I don't think anybody can. This is like, you can't defend yourself. I think that's the nurse. Looks like she's trying to do CPR. I mean, I couldn't defend myself if somebody comes up to you with a 7-inch blade. Especially you're like putting groceries away and they just come up to you like that. So police did get there pretty quickly. They did get there pretty quickly. Hey Rex, thanks for joining us. See if there's any audio yet.
Video during the testimony.
No, still talking heads audio. I do appreciate that they put this timeline together, though. This definitely helps me really sort it out how this all played out.
So yes, I do agree.
So there's no audio in the court. It's just talking heads talking over this. We took a poll earlier, a couple days ago. What would you do if you saw Bionca just walking around? And let me see if I can find what the results were. What would you do? What would you do if you saw Bionca walking around the store with a 12-inch knife? Well, it was like 7 inches with a 4-inch blade, but again, close enough, right? Call 911, keep a safe distance. 65% of you said that. Tell an employee and walk away. 23% said that. Run away quickly. 7% said that. And confront her and ask what's up. 5%. So if 65% of you said you'd call 911 and keep a safe distance if you saw anybody, but specifically Bionca walking around with a knife. Hold on.
I was going to say yes or no, true or false. This video raises.
This is just another angle. I'm trying to see her walk away, but can't quite see her walking away. This, I think, is a minute or two afterwards. I think this is going to be really helpful for the jury, though. This is a good piece of evidence in my mind. I like this. Definitely want to hear from the experts, the psychologists, psychiatrists, whoever evaluated her. I think it was a Dr. West. But this, for me, if I was a juror, I would. This is really helpful for me. This really puts it together. What's up, Rafa? All right, let me fast forward a bit through here. Rafa. Okay.
State's Exhibit 188, fair and accurate representation of a combination of the surveillance collected in your investigation.
Yes, it is.
In a sequential fashion.
Yes.
Did you author a report based on the steps that you took in this investigation?
Yes, I did.
And does your report reflect things that you and others did in your department and the steps that you took here?
Yes, it does.
May I have one moment?
You may.
we're not sure. Right now, they are organizing something, doing something, or they're not asking questions right now.
Like police department?
We did.
Okay, and if I show that disc to you in court today, would you be able to identify it for us?
Yes.
Judge, this is 226.
Thank you.
Detective, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is it?
This is going to be the drone footage that was provided to us by Westlake Police Department.
And as far as the surveillance that you received from Giant Eagle, what format did you receive that footage?
On a terabyte card.
Okay, and what does that mean?
I'm sorry? A terabyte card? So a terabyte card just is a bigger platform to download larger files, which is a video that we collected.
All right. And within that terabyte that you
I'm sorry? Sure.
collected, were parts of that surveillance played within the compilation video we just watched?
Yes, they were.
Okay. So let's just go back to some of the timeline, if we would, for this video. All right. Obviously not going to play it all the way through again, but I want to go talk about the time. All right. So in the very beginning, what do we see highlighted there in the bottom right-hand corner?
What is highlighted, that is going to be the North Olmsted Police Department.
Okay. And as we fast forward in this video, we see a timestamp up top that says 14:29.
Yes.
Okay, what time is that in non-military time terms?
2:29 p.m.
Okay. And what do we see in this image here?
So that's going to be we'll say a northwest-facing camera at the rear of our building where we park our police cars, and it shows Bionca in her wheelchair.
Okay. And just moving to this part of the compilation video, the timestamp is now 14:44.
Yes,
right?
it is.
So about 5 minutes have lapsed between what you just talked about in this image here.
Correct.
And what is this image that you see?
It's going to be our front walkway to our main lobby entrance.
I thought the time was 14:29?
Yes, in that prior screen, and now we're at 14:44.
14:44, so it's...
I'm sorry, I can't do math right now.
That's okay.
Yeah,
It's about 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Okay. All right, and then let's go inside the lobby. Detective, I don't believe we have a timestamp on the screen for this image.
We do not.
But we do know, right, that she enters the lobby after that 14:44 we just talked about. Correct?
Correct, we do.
Okay. All right, and then when she's exiting North Olmsted Police, I'm just going to play it briefly here at 8:28. You see her, I know this is increased speed. She's going down the stairs at 14:48.
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us from this angle where she's headed?
She's heading northbound from our station.
Okay. So the next screen we see.
Could I also say, I mean, I think it's a compilation, so you're putting together different videos for this video. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And so, just looking at your timeline, it's not sequentially in order, or do you believe it's all in order? Because that last one was 14:49. Then we went to inside the police station, and then right there that you showed was 14:40.
14:48.
14:48.
Yes, sir.
So not sequential then in the way it was shown? Is that fair to say? Because I don't want to give the impression, and I'm not trying to say you put this together, but I think we stopped with Miss Ellis outside a flower bed, and we said the time was 14:49.
As she exits the police station.
So it's as she exits after she comes out?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, there are different angles depicted in this video, are there not? Different cameras?
There are, yes.
Yeah. But for our purposes, to keep the timeline.
Yeah, and I guess I'd just say that the 14:49 was before this frame. Fair to say? That you showed us? And I'm not trying to make it complicated. When you showed 1449, where she was coming out, it's back the other way.
1448 is when she's leaving. I'm sorry.
So that's what I'm saying. It's a little different. It's 1444 here.
Yeah, there's a time difference there.
Yeah, when you go backwards, originally we said 1449, here's 1448.
Right.
So I just want to make sure it's fair for the jury to understand and all of us. It may not be sequentially. There are different shots of different videos that get put in. Because I think that happens at the Giant Eagle as well. I mean, they show different videos of. So just to be fair, unless you think otherwise.
Yeah, that's fair. I think the timestamp may be off on that one camera.
Well, I'm not saying the cameras are off. Please understand. I'm just trying to make sure. You splice different videos, and the time stamp on it, I'm going to say, is correct. But sometimes in the sequence that you've provided in 24 minutes, they're not all sequential.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so...
Wasn't trying to be complicated. I just wanted the jury to know that it isn't exactly...
Yes. But we do know, Detective, even if the different cameras perhaps have different timestamps, is that accurate to say?
Yes, it is.
So we are establishing a timeline that may not be perfect to the minute, but we know where Bionca Ellis is going and what steps she's taking in her day.
We do.
Okay. All right, so now we're at the Water Tower Shopping Center. What is highlighted here on the screen at 9:37 in my Exhibit 188?
Maybe Volunteers of America.
Okay. And of course, we have footage from obviously a different camera, different establishment. The timestamp here is 2:52. Does that sound about right to you?
It does.
All right. So what do we see happen at 2:52 or thereabouts at Volunteers of America?
Bionca is selecting knives.
Okay. And then jumping ahead, here we have 14:57, so 2:57, approximately 5 minutes after she selects a knife.
Approximately.
Fair to say?
Yes.
And what is she doing at 2:57 p.m.?
Knife in hand, she's going to be entering the south entrance exit to Giant Eagle.
All right. And here we are, 14:59, so 2:59 p.m. What do we see in this frame that I've frozen on the screen at 13:21 in my exhibit?
Bionca had entered those doors, and now she's in the foyer of Giant Eagle.
And is she, let me just type for one moment. Okay, so is she inside the store then at 14:59?
Yes, she is.
All right. So now we're coming right upon 3 o'clock here. Is that right, 1500 hours?
Yes.
Okay, and what do we see happen at 1500 hours on this camera?
We see Margot and Julian had exited the building with Bionca following behind.
All right. So, just to recap a bit, Bionca Ellis is at the North Olmsted Police Department around 2:30 to 2:45.
Correct.
2:50 p.m.
Correct.
And she's at Volunteers of America for a few minutes and then goes to Giant Eagle. At 3 o'clock, she walks out.
Correct.
So, for the purposes of our timeline, we're talking about 15 to 20 minutes of Bionca at the station to the scene of the crime.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Detective, I appreciate your patience in answering my questions this morning. I have nothing further at this time.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a brief recess just so that you can stretch your legs as well. Please don't discuss this matter at all.
All right, so 20 total minutes or so from.
All right. Things are getting, let's just everybody just take a pause. Let's just take a pause. This was a very, very emotional day. And I get it. I'm angry as well, but I just want you guys just just respect. I know you guys respect each other. I get it, but let's just don't forget to breathe. I have doctors in my family. I have professionals in my family. I have people that went to school. There are, obviously we have mods that are professional and have gone to school for many, 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 many years. So when people in chat put quotes around something, it just demeans them, you guys. They've spent years and years and years studying. It doesn't come lightly. So just keep that in mind. We can have our opinions. I get it. Just don't demean, and you have your experiences too, So I'm not saying don't have your experiences, but not everybody's the same. It's like saying, remember the Ollie case where everybody was like jumping on the Ollies? And it's like saying, well, look at Lori Daybell. Is everybody in LDS like Lori Daybell? So because you had an experience that may have been negative, it's like law enforcement. You have a negative experience with law enforcement. Oh, all cops are bad. No, they're not. So, or you had a good experience with the cop. Oh, all cops are great. No, there's bad ones. Just like doctors, there's good ones, there's bad ones, So just be respectful of that. Okay, that's all we ask.
As a result of your investigation, you went through you took witness statements, is that my understanding?
Correct.
Okay. You viewed dash cam, body cam, is that correct as well?
It is correct.
911 calls, surveillance video, that as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also reviewed some records as well, is that correct?
I collected records, yes, sir.
Did you collect records? Which records did you collect?
Well, it varies. I collected medical records on behalf of Margot.
Okay.
I collected records on behalf of Bionca.
What kind of records?
Medical records, sir.
Okay. Did you learn during the course of your investigation that she had mental health issues?
I did.
Okay. And you learned that she had a prior psychiatric history. Did you also learn that she had been seen at Murders Taylor?
Yes, I did.
And what is your understanding of what Murders Taylor is?
Murders Taylor is a facility, behavioral and or addiction facility.
Okay. And do you remember the amount of time that she had been seen at Murders Taylor?
The exact time I do not, but it was quite some time.
10 years?
Yeah, it was a long time. Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you learn that she had issues with complying with her medication?
I did.
Okay. You also, you interviewed Yolanda Eggleton, her mother. Is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
Okay. In your request for medical records, in requesting your medical records, you did that through search warrant. Is that correct?
Search warrant, yes, sir.
Okay. And in a search warrant, a lot of times every time you put an affidavit in, identifying the reasons why you're seeking the particular thing that you're seeking. Is that fair?
It is fair, yes.
Okay. So in the case of records, you would explain the reasons why you need those records. Is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
Okay. And do you recall asking for records from Murders Taylor?
I do.
Okay. Do you recall identifying that there were some concerns that on June 10th that Bionca appeared in the Court of Common Pleas via video arraignment from the Cuyahoga County Jail and showed more signs of mental issues? Do you recall identifying that in your affidavit?
I do.
Okay. And when you identified more signs, to me that suggests that there had to be prior signs. Is that correct?
Overruled. Go ahead, you can answer that.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know which prior signs you were referring to of mental health issues?
I do. Her being nonverbal or her unwillingness to talk to us.
Okay. In that same paragraph, you identified Bionca kept her head down and would not participate in the arraignment. She was ordered to appear in person before the judge.
I'll just jump in and ask you just to slow down. We read sometimes a little bit faster for my court reporter, so thank you. Go ahead.
My apologies, Judge. She kept her head down and would not participate in the arraignment. During her arraignment, she laughed, posed for cameras, answered the judge in Spanish by answering sí rather than yes. Do you recall identifying that as part of the issues, mental health issues that needed to be addressed?
I recall putting that in my statement, yes.
Okay, your affidavit?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. And did you ever personally observe that video that you referenced in your affidavit?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was it date of the arraignment June 10th of 2024?
I believe so.
Okay. And that's about a week after this incident?
About, yes.
Okay. So we know that, at least in your observation, there were mental health issues that were somewhat identifiable, but there were also issues prior to June 10th, based on your affidavit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In any investigation with a criminal defendant, you always gather information concerning their background and their history as much as you can. Is that correct?
As much as you can, yes.
Okay. And you learned that Bionca had no prior felony convictions. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay.
We need to take a break here, but first, we have this update out of Florida.
Just 1 month after her conviction, we have learned that Donna Adelson will be back in court on Monday for her sentencing.
We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself.
As you saw, Adelson broke down in court after a jury found her guilty of first-degree murder in the death of her ex-son-in-law, Dan Markell, back in 2014.
Markell was the ex-husband of Wendy Adelson, Donna's daughter, and the couple were reportedly in a bitter child custody battle at the time he was killed. Today would have been Dan Markell's 53rd birthday.
Donna Adelson could face life in prison without parole. Of course, our Court TV cameras will be there to cover that sentencing that happens live on Monday.
And
all right, I left that up because we covered Donna, and so that's great to hear that. So Donna Adelson was supposed to be a case management on Tuesday, the 14th. It got bumped now to the 13th. So, Kevin, to bring you up to speed, my friend, I would love to, but it's like, how long's a piece of string? There's so much in this. So read the description first, and then if you have any questions, basically. This woman, Bionca, she was, I guess, diagnosed with schizophrenia when she was 22. She's off her meds. She is homeless. She went into a thrift store, grabbed a couple knives, walked out without paying, went into a Giant Eagle, which is a grocery store, and was just walking around with this knife. She saw Margaret Wood and little Julian there pictured. Seems like she kind of targeted them. I don't know. I mean, there's so many people that she could have stabbed, but she went after them for whatever reason. And she stabbed Julian in the cheek and in the back, and he was pronounced, unfortunately, he didn't make it. And Mother got stabbed, I think, in the right shoulder. She did make it. She testified. That testimony just broke me up. So that's kind of the high level. She's going, defense is not guilty by reason of insanity. So there's no question that she did it. It's was she sane or not at the time. That's where we stand. All right, so now we're getting back to cross-examination.
That the day before the time before the incident, Bionca arrived at the police station 15 minutes before she engaged in this behavior. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And then she walks from the police station. How long is she at the police station, in your estimation? About 4 or 5 minutes, maybe?
If that.
Okay. And then she arrives at Volunteers of America. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay. And do you recall how long she was in Volunteers of America?
I believe it was a minute or two. Hold on. Correct. A minute or two.
Okay. And from the time that she selected those knives, we've seen the video that she never concealed those knives. Is that correct?
It is correct.
In fact, she walks right past the cashier where all the people are at the registers with knives in hand. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay. And even when she gets outside, and before she taps the knife, the one knife on the pillar and loses the one knife, they're always out in the open. Is that correct?
If we watch the video in Things Outlet, she actually puts the knives behind her back.
Well, we're not there yet. Outside, having left Volunteers of America, she actually has the knives out. Is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
Okay. Then she walks into Things Outlet, and she has her hands on her hip. Neither you nor I can get into her head and see what she was thinking at that moment in time, but in the video she appears to be looking for someone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that fair?
It is fair, yes.
Okay. And then she walks out of Things Outlet. And how long does you think it take for her to walk to Giant Eagle based on what you know about that center?
A minute, not even.
About a minute, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. From the time that she arrives inside of Giant Eagle, it takes her approximately 29 seconds to locate Margot and Julie. Take a look at your time and let me know if that's accurate. If it's not, I'll check you. Is that fair?
It is fair.
Okay. And we already know that there's no prior relationship between Margot, Julian, and Bionca. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It's random people that she selected to attack. Is that fair?
It is fair.
Okay. There's no evidence of any planning or anything of that nature.
Yeah, I'll sustain.
Okay. I'll keep it moving. So, from the time that Bionca is inside Giant Eagle, when she's identified Margot and Julian, maybe about a minute and a half later, the attack occurs. A little bit more. Is that fair to say?
It is fair.
Okay. While in Giant Eagle, she never conceals a knife. She always has it in hand. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And there are plenty of people in Giant Eagle. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay. Plenty of cars in the parking lot. And it's in the middle of the day. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. After the attack, Bionca still has knife in hand, and she walks away. We've heard many accounts of that. Is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
Okay. And even at the time that she's confronted by police, she still has a knife in hand. Is that accurate?
It is accurate, yes.
Okay. And when ordered to, she drops the knife. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay. She doesn't throw it behind a bush or try to hide or conceal the knife anywhere. She just drops it. And then they make her lay down on the ground. Is that correct?
I would like to say she tossed it or threw it, because where she laid down, she was on the concrete, which was separated by a curb. Now, she would have to toss, flick, throw that knife into the rock bed, because if you watch the dash cam, you can actually see that knife bounce in the rock bed.
Still, at the time that the police confronts her, they have to order her to drop the knife. Right?
Right.
And she sees the police. We can, based on the video, we're able to see that she acknowledges that police are there.
She does, yes.
Okay. And even in your report, you indicated per Officer Walcott, she dropped the knife to her right side and laid flat on the ground Is that accurate, or do you need to see your report to refresh your recollection?
No, that's accurate.
Okay. So we don't talk about her throwing the knife as if she was trying to hide it and you all had to find it. And your report says she dropped the knife, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I believe that's in my initial report, if I can go back. Because if you look at my review, after I was able to watch dash cam, I indicate she threw it.
You weren't there.
Right, but I am investigating it.
You trust your fellows.
I'll allow the question. Go ahead.
You trust your you trust your officers, don't you? To give you an accurate account of what happened.
Of course I do.
Okay. So we need to rely on Walcott and not you, right?
Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
Thank you to Michael Jafer for joining us tonight.
Folks, stick around because in our next hour, testimony continues in the toddler.
All right. We're getting towards the end of our day here. We got two more. Seems like they've got two more witnesses. And then we'll all right, hold on. Okay, oh boy, we got medical examiner.
I do want to take you back inside that courtroom. The last witness the state called before arresting their case was the medical examiner. So let's listen in to some of that testimony here on direct examination.
101. This is the report of autopsy for the case on Julian Wood. It's the anatomic diagnosis that I wrote following the examination, which lists the cause and manner of death and the specifics of those injuries.
So, and we're going to talk about those, but again, this is a document now that you yourself signed.
Correct.
Again, indicating the cause and the manner of death. And then you go into gross anatomic descriptions. And what else do we find in here?
The gross anatomic description will goes through all of the external examinations. So air color, eye color, any therapy that was involved in resuscitation attempts. And then it describes all of the injuries that I found on the decedent. Following the external examination, it lists everything internally with regard to any natural disease or injury processes within the body itself.
Okay, you can take that. So, Doctor, we're going to talk about that. You're going to take that off the screen. We're not going to look. You're going to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your examination of when this child first decedent was brought in, the condition they were brought in, and then how then do you methodically do your examination?
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to use the photographs in conjunction with that?
Whatever you prefer.
It's whatever your pleasure is, Doctor.
We can proceed with the photos.
The photos? Okay. All right. So State's Exhibit 103. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 103?
When the decedent is brought into the office, the first thing that we do is take an overall photograph of how we received the decedent. So in a secured transport bag with a number attached to the case. In this case, it's IN 24-839. This is an identifier for that decedent, so that number should be associated with anything we do with this decedent. So this is a photograph of that initial intake.
State's Exhibit 104.
Once the seal has been broken for chain of custody on the transport bag, we take another photograph of how we received the decedent. So here, this is just an overall photograph of how he was received. Medical therapy is left in place by the hospital. If it's a medical examiner's case, once a death has been ruled or pronounced deceased, it's kind of all hands off. So they will leave everything in place that they used for resuscitation measures. The hands are bagged in this instance in case there's any evidence that needs to be preserved that will be collected at our office prior to examination.
All right. State's Exhibit 105.
After the decedent is taken into our office, one of the first things, depending on the case, will be he goes to or she goes to our trace evidence department. They will take the bags off the hands. They will take any evidence that they might need. And then once that is completed, the autopsy essentially begins at that point. When I do the autopsy, I document all of the therapy that was on the decedent so that there's no way for me to not recognize something that's done by the hospital versus actual injury. So once that has occurred, we remove all of that therapy and we clean the body in order to look at all of the injuries and all of all the therapeutic marks again.
State's Exhibit 106.
After documenting all the therapeutic marks or injuries, I turn then to inflicted injuries, not by the hospital. So the first injury that I note is a stab wound to the left side of the decedent's face. And this is depicted here in the photograph.
I'm sorry.
Depicted here in the photograph.
Okay. State's Exhibit 107.
This is a close-up photograph of that wound, just reapproximated. So I will try to reapproximate the edges of the wound to show if there's a sharp edge or a blunt edge, or if there's any characteristics to the weapon that I might be able to see, which here, as you can see on the right side, that margin or edge looks more kind of squared off, and the left side is more pointed. So I can tell it's a single edge instrument that was used to inflict the injury. After taking these photographs, we do look internally to see what is damaged. So with the instance of the stab wound to the cheek, it did go through the mandible, the bone of the jaw on that left side. After it passed through the bone of the jaw, it transected a branch of the carotid artery. So there's the artery that you can feel your pulse. It's quite a large artery. It splits into two portions, and one of those portions was severed. The stab wound continued to go back behind the airway and behind kind of the oral cavity and downward, and nicked the right side of the cervical vertebrae, or the neck spinal column. It didn't hurt the spinal cord, but there was a lot of bleeding in the airway and throughout that wound path.
And doctor, therefore, that would cause a lot of bleeding that would come then from the mouth.
Yes, that's massive hemorrhage. It's also causing blood to go into the airway, and so there's a lot of breathing in of blood. So not necessarily ability to get air into the lungs, but just blood into the air, blood into the airways.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 108.
This is the second injury and other stab wound that I documented. So he has a stab wound to the upper left side of his back.
And did you examine this stab wound?
I did.
Close up of this stab?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 109.
This is just a closer version of that, or closer photograph of that wound. And there's another photograph that's even closer still.
All right, State's Exhibit 110.
And this is just another example of me reapproximating that wound with a sharp margin or edge and a more squared off and kind of bruised end on the other side. This injury passes behind the scapula, but into the chest cavity. It goes through the third and fourth rib in the back on the left side, and then it punctures the left lung. So it extends deep enough that it goes through the large artery that's giving blood to the lung. And so there was quite a bit of blood that will then go into the chest cavity. So in addition to inhaling blood and not being able to breathe that way, there's blood that fills up that chest cavity. I always kind of describe it as trying to blow up a balloon underwater. There's just too much tension on that, and it collapses the lung. So there's not a way to breathe.
State's Exhibit 111.
This is a photograph of the left lung once I removed it. So this is the wound that goes through the lung itself and into that artery.
And with regards to State's Exhibit 111, what is the depth of that incision?
Both of the stab wounds, the one to the cheek and to the back, are both 4 inches deep.
State's Exhibit 112.
This is an overall photograph of the lower extremities of the decedent. We also document anything else that looks like injury. So that includes any superficial scratches or bruises. So this is just a photograph of the overall lower extremities where there are kind of scattered bruises, including like a linear or angled, slightly linear contusion or bruise over that right thigh. There's also a defect. No, that's a defect in the right groin. That's from therapy. So, yes.
Is this what you're talking about, the bruising?
That's one bruise, yes. There's also one higher up on the leg, too. Yes, correct. And there's
any other bruises that you want me to point out?
There's just a couple more on the lower extremities, yeah.
Okay. And then going back to that.
That is therapy related. So with these types of injuries, I make sure that there's additional efforts to try to get a vascular source in that inguinal region to give fluids, IV fluids. And so there was puncture sites there. And if they can't get access, sometimes they will cut the skin there to try to get access to a vein or artery to get fluids. So that's therapy related. It's also not in the clothing, and it's superficial.
All right, we want to turn to Florida for a look at.
All right, so Dr. Elizabeth Mooney, medical examiner. I always appreciate the medical examiner's testimony because to me that really always really gives you an idea of what, like, did the gun shot, was it going up, front to back, left to right? Was the pitchfork, remember Todd Mullis, how was the pitchfork, all that stuff. So I always appreciate the medical examiner because I think that, to me, that always really paints a clear picture. And unfortunately, we found out here 4 inches, both wounds to his cheek, into his, nicked his spine, and then on his back, punctured his left lung. Ugh, just this poor kid. 4 inches, you guys. That's some serious. That's just so bad. All right, widespread, you taking off? All right, gotta pick your daughter up. All right, widespread, thank you. Have a good night. And for those also that left, I think Shorelife, you took off as well, and anybody else that left, I think Sarcasm, Mallory, you're coming in. Very emotional day. Just the worst. But we have to remember why we're doing this, you guys. We're not, we're not doing this for any reason other than to honor the victims and make sure they have a voice. As difficult as it is and as emotional as it gets. All right, some more testimony from the medical examiner.
Yes, ma'am.
That is not an additional stab wound.
Correct.
All right. And doctor, I believe those are the extent of our photographs. So let's talk about, so you've done your external examination and you have located the stab wounds, which you have described to us. Then what then do you go on and do with regards to your further examination of this body before making your conclusions?
I look at all of the organs, whether or not they're injured or not. So I look at all of the other chest organs, neck organs, abdominal, pelvic, as well as the brain. And I document any additional findings. And then I generate a report to summarize all of them.
And did you do that here?
I did.
And what were your findings with regards to your internal examination?
Exactly what I mentioned before. So aside from being a healthy young boy, he had injuries to the upper airway and neck, as well as the chest and lung, and bleeding internally from those.
And doctor, did you also examine State's Exhibit 102?
Yes.
And what is it? Identify State's Exhibit 102 for the jury, and what did you do with that?
This is a final toxicology report that's generated for myself following the autopsy. During the course of the autopsy, we take samples of body fluids or tissues and submit them for toxicology testing. It's routine for us to test these in cases and to have a report be generated by our toxicology lab to show if there's any drugs or alcohol within that decedent.
And what were your findings with regards to State's Exhibit 102?
There was no drugs or alcohol found. It was negative.
All right. And doctor, other than what you have testified to, is there anything else encompassed in your report that you used or you considered in making your findings with regards to the cause and the manner of death?
No.
All right. And doctor, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, have you formed an expert opinion concerning the cause of death of Julian Woods?
Yes.
And what is that cause of death?
Stab wounds of the face and back.
And with regards to the manner of death, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, have you determined what the manner of death was?
Yes.
And what is the manner of death?
Homicide.
All right, so that was the last witness called by the state. Right after she was done, the defense decided not to do any cross-examination. The state rested their case. The defense then sought a judgment of acquittal, claiming, of course, that the prosecution did not prove their case and should not move on. That was denied by the judge. All right, let's bring in our guest joining.
All right, so state rests. No experts as far as psych evaluation. So maybe on rebuttal. Maybe rebuttal they'll bring in. I mean, they need an expert to. They said that. They said, I think, in their opening that that they were going to have an expert. They did say that. All right, we've got one more. We've got one more witness for tonight. And yeah, we've been streaming since 8:30. we've been going almost 13 hours. Not on the same stream, but two different streams. All right, so this is going to be. All right. Here's the defense coming up.
Just Dr. Megan Testa.
Did there come a time when you were ordered by the Court of Common Pleas to evaluate Miss Bionca Ellis for competency?
Yes.
Okay. And you met with Miss Ellis where?
I met with Miss Ellis at North Coast Behavioral Health Care. I worked there from 2011 to 2012 full-time in competency restoration work, and then since I left that position, I've been a consultant there, and I visit there about once a week, and I do forensic consultation there. So my occasion to see Miss Ellis was a part of my work at North Coast Behavioral. I was assigned to evaluate her case when she was admitted for a 20-day competency evaluation. She was admitted in August of 2024, and that's when I first evaluated her.
Okay. And can you tell us about the evaluation, the process you would go through as it relates to evaluating her?
Yes. With a competency evaluation, what my job is to evaluate the person who's facing charges. I do a full mental health evaluation on them. That's a standard psychiatric interview and a diagnostic interview. Then there are two questions for me. Whether the person has a present mental condition is the first question. And the second question is whether that condition is impairing her, what's called her adjudicative capacities. So that has two arms. I need to decide if she can understand the nature and objectives of the proceedings that she's facing, and then if she's able to assist in her defense. So that is a standard competence to stand trial evaluation. You first decide if the person has a present mental condition, and then can they understand the proceedings, and if the third thing is if they can assist in their defense.
Okay. You reviewed her complete treatment and behavioral records from August of 2024 through January 2025?
That's correct. So the first time that I saw her, what I reviewed for the first, what's called a 20-day evaluation, what I reviewed at that time was the hospital records that were available at that time, which was from August 26th through September 3rd. That was for the first evaluation. I also was assigned to do her follow-up competency reevaluation. That I did in January. And for that, I reviewed her full treatment record from August 26th all the way through to February 1st.
All right. Did you review prior competency evaluations by Dr. Sarah West and Dr. Hatters Friedman as well?
Yes. As a standard part of a competency evaluation, we will review any prior competency evaluations. So Ms. Ellis had been evaluated twice for competence prior to being referred to North Coast for what's called a 20-day inpatient competency evaluation. So when I was doing the 20-day evaluation, I reviewed both of those competency evaluations.
Okay. Before interviewing Ms. Ellis, you informed her that you were conducting a forensic evaluation and not providing treatment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you explain to her whether or not this is done in confidentiality?
Yes. So typically when you see a psychiatrist, it's private. That's sort of the whole point. You want it to be private. You want to say whatever you need to say. With a forensic evaluation, you do not have privacy. So I did inform Ms. Ellis, I will not be your treating psychiatrist. You and I will not be a patient and a doctor. I'm assigned to evaluate an issue for the court. That's the extent of our relationship, and anything you tell me can be included in this report.
Okay. And did she have a response when you communicated that to her?
When I saw her in September, in August, for the September report, she did have a response. Her response, in part, was bizarre. She asked me about Jesus Christ and where he was crucified, and she made some other bizarre statements about Matthew and Jesus and taxes. I did repeat to her, explaining the purpose of my evaluation, and explained non-confidentiality and asked her if she was willing to proceed with the interview, and she did shake her head yes, that she had understanding and agreed to proceed.
Okay. Doctor, based on your review, Ms. Ellis has a long history of severe mental illness dating back to at least 2014. Is that correct?
That's correct. There are records from a community mental health center. It's called Murtis Taylor. They specialize in treatment of severe and persistent mental illness. She has been a client with them since November of 2014. So, and typically, individuals with mental illness don't necessarily get treatment when they first develop symptoms. Sometimes it takes a minute. So I would say definitely she had that illness in November 2014, but probably before.
All right, so she's been diagnosed with schizophrenia and
All right, let's be clear. Dr. Testa, she did the competency evaluation, not what was going on the day of the event. This was whether she was competent to stand trial. She was found not competent for many, many months under psychiatric care before she was found competent. And we'll have more testimony in the toddler stab murder trial of Bionca Ellis.
All right. She did the competency hearing. So can she understand the proceedings? Can she participate in her defense? She met Bionca August 26th through the 3rd for the first evaluation, and then January for another one. She reviewed other doctors' evaluations. She said her response was bizarre. She asked about Jesus and where was he crucified, but then she understood enough to continue with the evaluation. And then they mentioned this Murtis Taylor. She's on record since from November of 2014, but Dr. Testa is saying she probably had it before then. Well, we know through Carlos that with men it comes out like 18, 19, 20 years old. That's when schizophrenia starts to develop. I don't know if that's the same with females. I don't know. All right.
That's correct. The Cleveland Clinic records show that she was admitted at Lutheran and Marymount and diagnosed there. And then she had a referral to another hospital by Metro Health and was diagnosed there as well.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what are the symptoms of schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder? What is that?
Yes. Schizophrenia is what we call a thought disorder. So with schizophrenia, the mind breaks from reality. The word schizophrenia means split mind. It's not to mean split personalities. It's that the mind itself is splitting from reality. So the symptoms that you'll have is your thoughts are not with reality anymore. People will believe things that aren't true. They have delusions, which is a fixed false belief. You cannot convince the person otherwise. That thinking is coming from the same part of the brain that produces real thought. So it feels like any of us would feel about something that we know is true. People will also have hallucinations with a diagnosis of schizophrenia. That means that their senses are firing when there's not something real there. Most common in schizophrenia, people will hear voices, comes in through your ears. It's coming from that same lobe of the brain where real hearing comes from, so it sounds very real. People will also see visions is pretty common in schizophrenia. Disorganization of thinking. Thoughts become really jumbled. So people will go from one thought to the next, and the associations between those thoughts we call them loose. It's like you can't really follow it. You can't follow what they're saying. People will have disorganized behavior as well. Their behavior, you watch it and it makes no sense why they're kind of engaging in the behavior that they're engaging in. There is cognitive deficits as well in schizophrenia. There's some affective symptoms that you'll see. There's a blunted affect, so they don't show the normal range of expression that we would expect an individual to show. So that expression is blunted. The expression can also be very inappropriate. So people can smile and laugh for no reason, frown for no reason. The affect is really not matching the emotional expression that they're having. It's not matching what's going on in the environment. That's typical of schizophrenia. Schizoaffective disorder, what that is schizophrenia with an affective or a mood component. So people will have schizophrenia, they'll meet criteria for schizophrenia, and they will also have mood disorder as well, be it bipolar disorder with mania and depression or depressive disorder with just depression.
Okay. Let me ask you this. In September of 2024, did you generate a report identifying your involvement in this case?
Yes.
And did you opine certain things?
I did.
Okay. And did you do the same in February of 2025?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibits I, which is the September 2024 report, September 3rd. And then the February 3rd, 2025 report is going to be identified as Exhibit H. Yeah,
you may.
September 3rd.
Can you take a look at those and identify those? Look at H first. Which report is that? Is it the February report?
Yes, sir. H is a February report, and this is the report that I authored at North Coast Behavioral.
Okay. And then I is the September 2024 report.
Yes, that's correct. This is my initial report, the September report. There is also a second report here as well. That's because there was a forced medication order requested, so that is also attached here.
Okay, thank you. I want to get back to what you were discussing about the symptoms. You talked about the symptoms of schizophrenia. As a result of your involvement, did you learn whether or not Ms. Ellis had been hospitalized?
Yes, I did. In the information that I had available to me to review, there was evidence of 4 psychiatric hospitalizations. I'm going to refer to my report so that I can give you accurate information about those.
Which report are you referring to?
The initial September 3rd report.
Okay.
And what page?
Which page?
If we go to page 5.
Thank you.
Okay. So the review of records that I did, this was records that were summarized in Dr. Hatters-Friedman's competency report. Those records showed that she was hospitalized in November of 2015. At that time, she was taken to the emergency department at Lutheran Hospital. Her mother had taken her there because she was not taking medications at the time. She had not slept for 5 days. She was hearing voices. She was expressing suicidal thoughts. She was experiencing these voices raping her and wanting to impregnate her. She thought there was a prophet involved. She was admitted to psychiatry at that time, and she was stabilized on. And yes.
So for reading it all, if you would just read slowly for the court.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She was treated with a combination of antipsychotic and mood stabilizing medications, and she was stabilized through that hospitalization. It was a 5-day hospitalization.
Thank you.
Is that better? That's good?
Yeah.
Okay.
We all do that. We all read faster anyway, so I just want to make sure Rob gets it.
I speak quickly too, so slow me down at any time.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, on page.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to sort of cut to it.
Yes.
From November 2015.
Yes.
And December 2015, February 2016, October 2018, up to June of 2021. Do you know if she was hospitalized further?
Yes, 3 additional hospitalizations.
Okay.
Due to presenting to the emergency room off medications.
Okay. And then in September of 2023, on page 6 of 14.
Yes.
Was she hospitalized again?
Can you repeat the date?
September 2023.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us about that?
Yes. She had been taken to the Fairview Emergency Department. She had called 911 at that time. She stated that she didn't feel safe. She had been out of medications for about a month. She was unable to obtain refills in the community. She was seeing visions of people coming out of her walls to try to kill her at night. She was talking about Albert Einstein and a bowl of ants. She had been able to sleep. This record stated that she was visibly hallucinating at that time. They admitted her to Marymount Hospital, and she required an 11-day hospitalization and was stabilized on antipsychotic medication at that time.
Okay. And then it looks like.
Oh, a lot to chew on there. Let's bring back in our guest still with us, criminal defense attorney.
Wow. So, Dr. Megan Testa, I mean, this data's not going to lie. I mean, she was in the hospital 4 times, all from lack of taking meds. So the first time was November of 2015. She was not sleeping for 5 days. She thought people were, essaying her, and a prophet was involved. She spent 5 days in the hospital, got sorted there. Then there were 3 more ER visits, and there was one in September of 2023. She called 911. She said she was out of her meds for a month. She was seeing visions of people coming out of the wall trying to take her out, and Einstein was involved, and ants, and she was hospitalized for 11 days. Yeah, she needs help. Obviously, she needs some serious help. All right. All right. So if you guys hadn't seen this, this was her at her. This was her getting arrested at the Walmart. I guess they said that she was arrested. She was shoplifting or something, but then somebody also called 911 and said she may need some help. So, all right. Let me see. We're almost at the end. Seems like they may end it for the day right here. Right at the end here. Bear with me for a second. Okay, I think that's it. Wait, hold on. Yep. So that was it. All right, that's it for the day then. So that's all we get. Oh, that's Daisy. We don't want that. Here, we want this one. All right, so that's all we get for today. I don't know if anybody. There's another channel that uploads videos. Oh, okay. All right, so we are going to get the defense. So they uploaded. All right, so tomorrow we can watch the full testimony of Dr. Testa. So I'm excited about that. We'll see what else they upload, but we'll watch tomorrow. We'll watch the full testimony of Dr. Testa, and then whatever else we can get our hands on. So, all right, you guys, long day for us. 13 hours, over 13 hours streaming. That might be a record. Might be a record. Yeah, might be a record. All right. With that, thank you so much for joining us. Today was an incredibly emotional day. Really appreciate you guys being respectful of each other. It was emotional. That's no question about it. And as always, just take care of yourselves. Continue to, just take care of yourselves. Whatever that is, whatever form that takes, just take care of yourself. Thankfully I have Aaron, and then I also have Super Ball. And then I also I got little Fed here. I got little Roger over there. So I got surrounded by, check. And I got little Sweet Pea up there. There's 2. Oh, you're right. I think Riker's facing us. Yeah, I think Riker's facing us, and then little Sid is got the, I can't even talk anymore. I'm going to say goodbye, guys. My brain is mush. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. We're going to start tomorrow on, let's see, what are we up to? Day 3 of Daisy Link tomorrow at 10:15. And then after, and they're going to end early. They're going to end probably around 3 or 4, again, early. So once they end, we'll pick up again on Bionca Ellis. So thank you for joining us. Thank you to Erin, as always. She was sitting with me today. I was so happy that Erin was with me all day. And thank you to our mods. Again, we just, you guys have a great night. Be sure to thank our mods. They do a great job here for us, keeping our community safe and respectful. Even when emotions run high, we still love you guys, and we know that you respect our channel because we respect you. So take care. We'll see you tomorrow, 10:15 Eastern for Daisy Link. And then right as soon as that stream ends, give us about a half hour or so, and we'll pick back up on Bionca. So with that, have a wonderful evening, and we will see you tomorrow.